Welcome.
Nice.
It's Blake, and we didn't change Colin's name into Craig, but this is not Colin. This is Craig Pollock.
Hello,
Colin
everybody.
will be around later, but what are we doing today, Craig?
We're doing a little living legend.
Nice.
We're going to see who the best of the best is. Everybody talks about it. Everybody's been like, oh, it's going to be this, it's going to be that, it's going to just be Starvos. Today we're
Now
going to
it's
find
time to
out.
be about it,
Yep. Put your money where your
not
mouth
talk
is.
about it.
Yep.
I have been kind of thinking this as, let's just go straight into it. Like, this kind of feels like it's all of your ex-girlfriends are back, and you're like, I didn't want to talk to Stacy ever again. And now,
They're all lined up in the same room.
yeah, Starvo's here, Chain's here. Like, I don't ever want to get Crown of Seed, or what is it? Seeds of Agony 5 times into whatever, and now that's legal, because he wasn't even doing Seeds of Agony for a bit there.
I'm wondering if Living Legend Chain plays 9 seeds. Think about it. Maybe it's not that good.
There's
I mean,
9 better cards since
maybe,
Monarch that came out for him.
Maybe.
I don't know if we'll see some Dawn Blades, Dusk Blades.
Possibly.
That'll be cool until somebody gets Warmonger Diplomacy.
Well, the games go long enough for Duskblade to do its thing.
No. We have some people that are also showing up with some of their favorite heroes that aren't Living Legend.
Of course.
So I think that'll be interesting to see some of our better players playing with decks that are legal currently, with maybe some Hypothermia, maybe some Bullseye Bracer back into a Lexi deck. Somebody's going to show up and play Dromai today.
I do think it'll be interesting to see how Lexi does in this meta, right? Because since she's the top of the pack currently,
Right.
and it's like, well, what would she have been like, back in the days of the Titans? Is she a Titan? Or
Is she a heavy hitter that can go toe-to-toe with
I know.
this? And I think that's something, too, of like a deck living legends. It's like you don't want to have a deck living legend and then also be like, it would have to get buffed to compete in this format.
Right.
If a deck is living legend status, it should be able to go toe-to-toe with what you're going to see today,
So,
theoretically.
yeah, but I think, as the meta goes on and more Living Legends, it's going to have its own tiers. I think there's going to be Living Legends that are crap in Living Legend format because they just, in whatever meta they were in, they were the best. But when you put them in a pool of everybody, womp womp.
Jeez. So it's like you may have been cool at this school.
Yeah, you were cool
but in
LA.
high school.
Yeah, yeah.
Back to being a freshman.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're not cool anymore.
No, never, ever. Weekend stories, Legends Return. We kind of said that. Bright Lights. How are you doing your Bright Lights drafting and sealed so far? Are you loving it?
I've only played one sealed event.
Okay.
I missed the pre-release weekend. So
what were you doing that was more important than pre-release?
I know. Can you believe that? So I did an armory event, sealed.
Okay.
It's cool. I like that somehow they managed to have 3 of the same class, but they all play uniquely and they have their own style. So well done. I like that they had to put the 40 card max on it.
It was interesting.
So we don't have just
Quit
pile
cheating,
against pile
yeah.
against pile. Smart. How about you? Who?
It's something where I wish I liked Mechanologist a little more so I could enjoy, like, it's just the theming that's a little off,
Yeah.
but, like, it does seem like everyone is obsessed with the card advantage instead of, like, what can I do as a character? It's more of, like, I need to pay attention to card advantage because most of these games are going to go to fatigue.
Super grindy.
And if I ever commit too much, I'm probably going to lose. And so as somebody who loves to overcommit and go for things, that just feels very punishing unless you have some of the better rares or maybe the better majestics of this set where you can overextend and like actually do the damage is way better than I'm going to overextend and now, well, you blocked me with your Teklovasan pieces that can go to the discard, that can go to the banish, that can come back.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh crap.
I do think that's a good thing, though. I feel like limited fab is at its best, not when all the games go to fatigue, but when fatiguing is a real threat.
Okay.
Like WTR Limited had this, and people, it's legendary in its own right as a limited format because it was simple, but it was balanced. The games would go long, whereas like maybe something like Arya, where Briar might just be able to just like blow you out really quick.
We're never getting to fatigue and mad if we're at all.
So, you don't want it so that it's always like, oh, I got to play 40 because otherwise I lose just because I'm going to fatigue out. But like having to be concerned about that, I think makes for kind of the best games.
The best type of fun you can have playing Fab. Lexi is still good. We kind of touched on this earlier. I think somebody's trying to prove me wrong today, so this is a side story or side quest for someone today. I wrote in our local chat of like, thank God I finally get to commentate a tournament where Lexi's not going to win the whole thing, because I've been a little bit down on that of like Lexi went 4 for 4 last weekend. There's no way she can win the Living Legend tournament, and someone here is bringing a Lexi deck to try and prove that wrong.
I've heard that because I'm in the booth, the Starvo representation is going to be low.
Okay.
I can't.
You were planning on playing 3 different Starvo decks today?
But I just can't imagine Lexi beats Starvo.
Okay.
Like, I don't know about all the other heroes either, but like I just think in that context, he can do Bravo things, which Lexi hates, and he can defend like Oldhim, which Lexi hates.
But Tar Pit Trap.
Maybe. That's true. This is the thing. This is why this format we'll see today.
Was Tar Pit Trap in that deck that we looked at earlier? I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think it was.
You can't say maybe Tar Pit Trap and figure out if it's not on the deck list.
Maybe he's playing to the metagame where he knows there's no Starvos to Tar Pit.
Heavy hitters.
Yeah. So
you said you didn't read the article, so I'll read it out loud for you and from my mind. Heavy hitters is the new. Okay, let's count them up. Welcome to Wraith, Arcane,
Crucible,
Monarch, Tales of Aria,
Ever
Festival.
Yep. Uprising.
Then we go to Dynasty.
Yep. Then Outsiders.
Then we go to Outsiders. What the hell was that?
Dusk Till Dawn.
Dusk Till Dawn.
Bright Lights.
So Bright Lights is 11.
So the number 12.
The dozen.
The
dirtiest dozen set. Heavy hitters is going to be coming out the first week of February.
Okay.
But the cool thing about this is they're going to be inviting people to where it all started. They're going to be inviting people from all around the world to New Zealand. And I think it's more of their content creators or people that have spoiled in the past or people that maybe won a national champion or a world championship over this time are all going to be going to New Zealand to premiere this new set, maybe in some glamorous, I don't know if they're going to have some wrestling rings or something, but this set, Heavy Hitters, it's got like bones coming out of the logo. And do you remember Smashing Performance of it looks like it's in a big arena?
They're going to make that arena?
All the like iconography or whatever the word is of this article is that arena.
Okay.
And that's what Heavy Hitters is going to be, is probably Brutes. And then who else are we inviting? Is Warriors going to get invited? Is Gladiator going to get invited? I didn't even mean to say Gladiator.
But
Guardian.
That would be cool if we got a Gladiator class.
And they were like, can we get a Gladiator class?
Oh, my gosh. Spartacus shows up.
Because you remember the guy from Courage Token.
Yeah.
That guy looks the most Gladiator of anybody I've ever seen in my life. And if there was a Gladiator class out of nowhere, that would be something where now we could do some different weapons and not have Dory use them or like giving Dory a spear or something she could use twice would be broken. Let's go ahead and put it in a Gladiator class instead. Maybe there's something like that.
Maybe the Gladiator starts naked instead of with the armor, and then they get armor through the game.
Because I guess Taylor can re-equip equipment.
Yeah.
So I think that was, at least somebody mentioned that, and that's something that's been in my head for a long time of it'd be cool as a warrior of like, I'm going to start with my dual weapons, use my dual weapon buffs.
Yeah.
After I'm done with dual weapon buffs, grab another sword, get a buff that one turn where you break your stuff and grab something else, and now you can use all your two-handed weapon buffs on that.
Gladiator sounds cool.
That'd be cool.
Now you said they're inviting like content creators. Are they inviting the best, most infamous broadcaster of all time, Blake Meyer?
I seriously doubt unless they invite the 30 physically heaviest people. I don't know if I'll get the invite. I'm not a Brute player either, so they probably want to
You're
stick
not
to.
a Brute player?
I mean, now we're being ironic, but it's like I'm sure I don't know if they're gonna prioritize Brute players. That's the other thing too is there's 5 years of history, so I don't know if it'll be like some of these people you haven't maybe seen for 2 years, but they were with us through the pandemic, and we want to reward them with this kind of stuff. So it's something where can you even go to Queensland in New Zealand during the last week of January? Some people are probably going to be prepping for winter or something at that point.
Well, I think nothing says heavy hitters like barraging Blake.
Okay.
So
I'd say that.
I'd vote for you.
If there's a voting, it'll be probably you though.
One vote's better than none.
You're SoCal's heavy hitter, Craig Pollock. Because what did you do at Worlds? What place?
Worlds?
Oh, what? No. What did we just do?
Nationals. What place did I get? 25th.
Okay.
25th.
Which, when we look outside, there's somebody who got 16th and somebody who got 9th in this tournament.
And 11th. 9th was
Alan Lube.
11th was Chris Iaali.
Oh,
15th or 16th was Andrew Rudin.
Those people are all playing today.
Yeah. No, we had both Chris and Andrew were on the same deck I was on. So we did good.
I think we'll probably ask you to break down your whole nationals later on when we're halfway to lunch, just to fill in some time for people at home. Oh, it's summer in February. So we could wear these same shirts. We wouldn't.
That's perfect.
Prepping for winter would happen here, though, I guess. But anything else you want to say before we get started?
I'm excited for this. I'm just like, I think this is going to be a really cool thing. I know we're going to, in Barcelona, they're going to have the Battle Harden, which is Living Legends.
Somebody's going to win a Prism statue.
Yeah,
finally.
So like this format actually means something. It's like starting to mean something. And I believe this is the first Living Legend event that's not happening on like a private Talishar room.
Right.
Ever.
This is public, baby.
Yeah.
This is going out to at least 5 states on YouTube, too.
Yeah. At least 7 people are watching.
Phi's going to win or Viserai? The whole thing.
I got to vote Viserai over Phi.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't played any Living Legends game, so this is all just based off of intuition. But, Viserai, when Skeletor got banned, didn't even have a lot of the tools he has now. So with Skeletor back, plus all of the tools.
I can't wait to see a Phantasmia and what that does of here's how many dice of rune chance I'm going to put down. That is what I'm looking forward today.
Yeah. If John Ho comes down for this, which I doubt he is, then Viserai is going to win for sure. It's a living legend on a living legend.
Poor John Ho. He should have made it out here. That's going to be our weekend stories. We will go ahead and break for our players meeting. We're going to come back to you in probably less than 10 minutes. So go ahead and microwave your muffin now. And we'll make sure to not have a Phi game on round 1, hopefully. So we can save that degeneracy for as later on as possible. But I think we have at least 2 or 3 people playing Viserai. So I'll also vote for Viserai.
That would be pretty funny if Living Legends CC was actually only 30-minute rounds once it gets going because they're so fast.
That's what I think is about to happen. We may be zooming through this whole tournament before 6. You never know. Keep it real, you guys. See you in like 5 minutes.
back.
We're back. We had our players meeting. I know we just bragged about everybody that did well at Nationals, but we did not realize that Charles Dunn is also here.
The champion himself.
So national champion, the smartest brain in America, is here to put his test of the Living Legend format.
Did he build a fatiguing Living Legend deck?
He's like, I brought Briar just the way I had it. I don't care about any of y'all. I'm going to do it all over again. 3 for 7, 3 for 7, 3 for 7, 3 for 7. Just everyone's going to go, I don't know if 3 for 7 is good enough today, but.
I don't think it is, because there's Awakening.
Awakening is, I'll go ahead and say Awakening is one of my least favorite cards of, are you getting ahead on your opponent? You're beating them up, and then they just go, my next card's free.
Yeah, no, it's wide spanned. I mean,
right.
it just wins the game.
That's wide spanned.
I mean,
there's nothing more to say.
Like it's.
Meanwhile, when we were off stream, somebody opened up a box of bright lights. I don't know if this is interesting, but it is like I've been kind of down on how many Majestics are in a box, but I got 9 in one box, which is pretty crazy. So we got some slot cards. We got a Marvel. Tome of the Imperial Edicts or whatever, the Marvel Atom Breaker. So you know what? Go buy a box of bright lights. Maybe you'll be surprised at what you get.
This is the content that people came to see.
Yeah. Oh well, they haven't started yet. They haven't started yet. What the heck?
We're filling time.
Oh my goodness. What else would you fill time with if you had to fill time with something?
Nothing better than that.
Okay.
Maybe you'd open a box and then I'd talk some trash to you, showing your cards.
Yeah, maybe you talk trash. TikTok clock. Why is this card good? It blows up your opponent's Nitro Mechanoid, right?
All right. So for all the people watching, put in chat what hero you think is going to win today.
The whole thing. By the way, we didn't say how many players. We got 18 to 19. So there's a little bit less, but I think there's the idea of untested format, unproven thing. Maybe I'm going to save it because I want to save my godlike Living Legend deck for when I can actually win it all in Barcelona. Anthony Pham's going to be on the broadcast. I don't think these are the right decks yet. Don't read into those.
We got Alan Lube, and we got Evan.
Who's Evan?
Some guy.
Some guy playing Lexi.
He's the guy who thinks Lexi is strong enough.
Which I think we're going to, Alan, prove what you were saying earlier of...
Is Alan going to be Starvo?
Yeah, I'm assuming he's going to Starvo all over the place. OG Briar kills Starvo and Prism, says that guy in chat.
See, that's that. Yeah, can we get a Lightning Briar type? Now, Briar is errata still. So it's not like
you can't make 7 embodiments of Earth anymore.
You can still hit her.
Okay. When you went to the OG Nationals, how many embodiments of Earth could Briar have? Was it unlimited?
Infinite.
How did that feel as a player not playing Briar into that meta?
Terrible. It was absolutely horrible because you couldn't. How do you attack back? So talk about pivot turns. It's like, oh, I'm going to take damage so I can finally do damage. And then if you took damage, you couldn't do damage. So it really, really led towards
they could block with Force of Nature and block 8.
Yep. We got some trolls in the chat thinking Riptide's going to win.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, he is a living legend, but
just in a different way.
Yeah.
It is kind of frustrating. I thought we were going to not see Lexi, and here's Lexi round 1, but...
Taylor says a Rune Blade. I think that's a good guess.
Absolutely obliterated. Let's see if we got some main match lookers here.
There we go. Here we go.
Yes.
Alan
Hermione on stream. Ooh, Starvo. I guess Bravo Star of the Show is actually what his name is.
It is Bravo Star of the Show. His name is not actually Starvo.
Wait, we got to click this button first so you can see how hot Starvo is.
He's a stud.
Ooh.
He's the original Chad.
There's people trapezing behind him. And then in Lexi, it's just the night sky.
Look at he's got the some nice jewelry going on.
Mm-hmm.
The drip.
What do they call the piece on your shoulder blade? Is that a Carapace, right? Or no?
Epaulet? I don't know.
Oh, maybe. Typana sleeves versus Soraya sleeves. Very interesting.
The question is, does Evan have tar pit trap? We watched him shuffling earlier. We did not see one, but maybe he sandbagged it.
I don't know if we should explain everything about Evan, but this is what I know. He said he's going to go with a 42 card main deck and then add 18 cards in from a sideboard for each matchup, whether it's aggressive or control.
Yeah. So, I mean, so talking about Starvo a bit, I know he is infamous, but maybe for people who didn't play during the Starvo meta, he can play, at the time, there was kind of two different builds for him. There was what was known as Casino Starvo, which was a lot of 2 blocks, a lot of really crappy elemental like draft cards, just to trigger his ability as much as possible, and just smash. And then there was like very defensive builds that kind of cycle 1 would try to pitch stack to create a kind of guarantee their fuses late game and live that long. So, I think everybody's assuming it's going to be a more aggressive strategy for Living Legend, but it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
When you were playing Starvo back in the day, you had a yellow defense reaction in your deck.
For a minute, for one event, I did try. I wanted more sink belows, because I was trying to play the longer game. Right. I hadn't bought into the full casino strategy yet, so I was looking to filter my hand, try to get the extra redraws to get all 3 elements, and it worked pretty much. I ended up losing in the finals with that deck.
That was against Sean Ho or something?
No, that was against Adam Fiffles here,
who is playing today, by the way.
Who is still one of my most memorable moments in all of Flesh and Blood. I thought I was about to win the game. I had hit him with a Crippling Crush non-fused, and I had set up. My next hand was a Oaken Old fused, and he blocked. And he had used his crown, blocks with like all his armor, and goes down to 3 cards, which I'm like, no 3-card hand. I don't even care. He can hit me with whatever. I kind of forgot there's one 3-card hand that can do it, which is the Lightning card, Pulse of Eisenloft, and Oaken Old.
Jeez,
allows you to double fuse the Oaken Old off a 3-card hand, and he pivoted there, and I lost the game. And I was like,
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Also, for somebody who's brand new, the hero power for Bravo, star of the show, or as we'll refer to him the rest of the broadcast, Starvo, is you have a lightning card, an earth card, and an ice card at the beginning of your turn. Show them to your opponent. Your next guardian attack or any attack over 2 costs.
It's any attack over 3 costs. 3 or more gets +2, go again, and dominate.
Which is disgusting. And if we think about the thematic of why that's true, lightning gives the go again.
Yep.
Earth gives the +2.
Yep.
Ice
gives
because
the dominate.
Of Shiver and some other ice cards all mess around with dominate.
Yeah, and actually there's the weave cards, right? Weave Ice. And that in Aria there was Weave Ice, Weave Earth, and Weave Lightning, and the fuse on those was the same type thing. The play pattern that really leads to is, you show the cards, then you can do a giant attack with Go Again, then you can pitch the ice card to swing your Winter's Wail for 4, giving them a Frostbite, and have 1 card left to Arsenal.
So your first attack's going to come anywhere from 10 to 13 damage, and then Winter Wail on the back end.
So, yeah, usually like 9, right? You're going to have the 3 for 7s. So the 3 for 7s turn into 9, 3 for 9, Go Again, Dominate.
Jeez.
So, you can see Alan. Oh, Alan's taking already. We're seeing interest.
Civic Steps.
Look at the route he's going. He's got no Crown of Seeds.
Okay.
He's got no Tunic. Right. So he's playing a Fridge. To attempt to
no attack because we don't want to filter, I guess.
Yep, and get out his channel.
Are you excited for Civic Steps, or you know all about those yet?
Yeah, so, I mean, they got to be better than Iron Rot, I think.
And Evan starts off with a 3 of a kind because he goes, yeah, I'm going to get as many cards as I want for this, which helps during a Channel Lake Frigid turn because everything he does this turn will cost 1 more.
So Alan does not have a lightning card, as far as I can tell. So
which isn't Crown of Seeds.
No, I'm sorry, he does have a lightning. I don't think he has an ice.
That was another reason why Starvo was strong, is you could pitch to use your Crown of Seeds to try and get another card that could maybe do your hero power.
Yeah, 100%. So, and like the math on, you know, what percentage of turns you're going to get the Starvo effect when you draw that extra card versus don't, it goes up considerably. Given what Alan's doing, he's probably going to just defend out for a bit when he doesn't have it. And kind of wait for it.
And I think it's interesting because obviously Alan is playing Crown of Seeds in his list. He's just choosing not to play against Lexi. So I'm guessing there's the idea of you don't really want to be pitching a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Whenever there's going to be four arrows of pressure on your non-channel like frigid turns.
Yep. Well, you can also see like, oh, that's pretty good. You know, he's running Stalagmite, so he's probably going to run Stalagmite and the Crown of Providence together. And he does have the Spring Tunic, so he's got kind of 2 setups. He's got his fridge setup, which is this, where he's going to just kind of be looking for turns to pivot. He's almost playing Bravo with this setup. And then he's got
Disruption, Bravo, extra.
You know, if we see him again, I'm guessing against certain heroes, he's going to swap out all 3 pieces and run Rampart, Crown, Tunic in other matches.
And honestly, that turn was the most I've seen Evan squirm in his seat instead of immediately doing something. So Lexi's not having fun. She just took 4 damage from a Spinal Crush. So there will be no go again here. So it's just shoot an arrow or pass at this point.
So Alan has it. He has 3 elements and a Warmonger. So that's interesting. So he is playing 3 Warmongers.
2 Awakening, too. Both players are playing the full amount of Hypothermia, so I think that's what they're going to be using throughout the day to stop some of these major aggressive decks.
Yeah.
But Heat Seeker is still a pain in the ass, even if it's just 1 cost.
Oh, I guess he didn't have it. I'm sorry. I thought that was a nice card.
Which is fine. We see,
what is that card? He's just going to Warmongers and Arsenal his Break Ground, I think, probably, or Evergreen.
Flash, 3 Flash. Is that something you did in Starvo all the time?
Flash you had to play. So Flash gives your next card that costs 2 or less. Go again. You just need, like, the lightning cards that you have at your disposal are not great.
Right. We see the Warmonger happen. I think Evan chose, if he's touching his hero power, that means he chose Peace, which he's just going to try to build up a 6-card hand and say, I don't want to do this anymore.
Now, I respect him for moving the Bravo forward, but the move you're supposed to do is flip it over.
We have our first Bravo activation of the day using Pulse of Volthaven and an extra Earth card. That is going to turn on Bravo's hero power, so here is the the sauce coming.
That's an Oakenold in his hand, right? But he can't. Wait, he can fuse it. Why isn't he?
He's going to play this one instead. He's going to save the Oakenold for a future turn, because this is Dominate, and then he can put this on the bottom of his deck because it's Evergreen, correct?
He's going to not... Oh, okay.
Then Pulsehaven gives 4 to his next elemental attack, which does work on the Winter's Well, which is kind of gross.
And he's giving 2 Frostbites.
That's disgusting.
Right? No, Pulsehaven does not give a Frostbite. I'm sorry. It's been a while.
But if you hate Lexi, let's go! 15 damage done to Lexi without any damage back is pretty freaking good. Frostbite for disruption, but I think Evan's like, okay, I have a 6-card turn here. Or no, he blocked with 2 cards.
He has 4 cards, but like, here's the thing. Look at Alan's armor.
Yeah, how are you going to get through all of this disruption
this
and
man does not,
fridge?
And look, so this is what's cool about Starvo, right? Like, okay, so his hand is not great for doing anything. So what's he gonna do? He can just play Guardian. He can just block and swing hammer, block and do nothing. He can't block with that blink, that's for sure.
Having squirming around. This is a card you want to block out because you don't want to get recursion abilities for the Lexi player. I think in the chat somebody mentioned hypothermia is super gross with civic steps because you give your opponent a quicken token
and then you drop
then
it.
they can't use
Yeah.
it that next turn.
Totally.
Your opponent will probably just choose to do nothing and save it for later. But that's pretty good. That's a pretty good synergy for Starvo. Which I think Starvo, why did he fast track the LL faster than anybody in the world? It's just all of his cards synergize together and do things that you didn't expect them to do.
Yeah, well, and really like his hero ability from a like values, like how many points it's gonna give you, right? Two damage, go again, and dominate. Let's say go again and dominate is 1 each. So let's say it's like 4 extra points per turn. Like and if let's say you get it 2/3 of the time. So let's say it's like verse 3 a turn.
Right.
Well, who else is doing that? Like the accrual value over a game is just
Yeah, my hero power says look at the
absurd.
top card of my opponent's deck when I play contract.
Yeah. Not
as my hero power says don't kill yourself with blood debt.
Yeah.
Like there's other heroes that are just better. Alan's let the endless arrow hit twice now though.
I don't think he cares.
Because he's probably got something he's got a crippling crush in hand, which is disgusting.
Yeah. So he can't. Sadly, he can't block with his blink. So he's probably just going to play the Warmongers, hold on to the blink. Oh, interesting.
He is just doing value on this one right now. Just swinging a 7. 3 for 7 works all the time. Of course, Oakenold is one of the strongest cards in your deck when you have the full support behind it. Because if there was a pulse of the other one, Isenloft, this would turn into a +2, and if this hits your opponent,
the interesting thing here is, right, Evan's not playing Trench, which is amazing. So I guess in Living Legend, he thinks Tunic's good. And he didn't have a face-up Arsenals, and I think I would have played the Warmongers there and saved the Oakenold. But Alan is a beast. I can never beat him, so he probably knows better than me.
I think that's something of he seems like why is Alan so much better than everyone? If you had to say for people at home, does he understand the game more than we could ever deem?
He does Bravo math very well, and he's been doing it for a long time now. And so yeah, it's just mastering your hero. I'd be curious if he played Starvo. I have a feeling this is fairly new for him.
Interesting.
I don't know. I could be wrong.
I haven't. Yeah, I don't remember him being around at this point.
Yeah.
Down this down far south cow.
Yeah. So I don't know.
At that point.
Yeah. So I don't know if he was blasting people with Starvo back then or not.
But I would go ahead and say Alan is probably a top 5 Bravo player in the world.
He's up there for sure.
And if you give him more options of now you can also you can't enlist winner, but you can Oakenold and Channel Lake Frigid somebody on top of your Bravo deck. I think that's something where we're probably watching one of our top 8 right here with Alan.
And it might be one of these situations where like he's just so I think he's just so favored. It doesn't even matter. Right? Like Lexi got good. Granted, she got new cards, but like, it was after Winter's Wail was banned in Oldham, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Alan's got, all the goods with a Winter's Wail, and then just the backup of the Starvo ability. He's like, oh, look, I can Blizzard you.
But Starvo never had to deal with Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, bummer.
doesn't do anything because his arsenal's full, but maybe a frailty token will take both 1 point off the winner's well and whatever he has in arsenal. Here comes an infecting shot. Not a card you can just not care about because it's going to do 7 points of damage if you don't interact with it.
Yeah. The fun part about Starvo is when you don't have it, your turns are so bad, you don't even feel bad about blocking because you're like, I'm going to block with a flash and a Heaven's Claw. You know?
Right.
It's like, there's...
Those were not cards that I needed to win against my opponent. Yeah. When are they making cold foil Heaven's Claws for all the Starvo players?
Oh my gosh, Judge Pack 3.
Yeah, hopefully. Heavy hitters in the slot for that card. What do you think Alan is thinking about whenever he sees arrows? This is boring. Who cares?
He's trying to figure out if he's gonna blizzard or not. Yeah.
We do have someone from NorCal saying yes. Alan did play Starvo back.
Okay. Okay.
So
Evan is not just a trench guy. Evan is the trench guy.
yeah. TTG trademark almost. The trench guy. He almost got merch made, but then he lost against that guy at battle. No, it was the Sunday tournament that he lost. Drawing 4 cards from Soraya. What does she give him? That looks like an Earth card.
He's got a pulse.
Pulse. That's going to be gross. But here's a channel like Frigid.
But that's Eisenloft. I think he's still lightning free.
Because whenever we flip a card up, if it's an ice card, my hero power gives my opponent a frostbite. But then he just passes.
He got warmongered. So he couldn't, he chose peace.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's one thing I think that's hard. Even I screwed it up as a player. I'm going to screw it up as a commentator, I think, of don't forget your warmongers, because it's not easy to see, because we don't have any... I don't want to hear everything the players are saying, but it would be nice to know if like they chose war or peace instead of just guessing 5 seconds later. We'll have to get one of those metal fab tokens that say war or peace. Because I think one side had Bolton on it and the other side had somebody doing healing balm or something. I don't know. 30-16. I don't think I've seen Lexi lose this bad before in my entire life. Feels good. Or at least for not the last year. But now Evan has a 6-card hand and he's going to go for it. Icequake says +3 to my next time, and then anytime I hit you with an attack action card, we're going to give you more frostbites. Does Starvo care about frostbites?
No. Especially, like, look at Alan's not using Crown of Seeds, right? Like, I mean, sure, he does care, but like not this hand. He doesn't have it. The other thing he could do, he just drew Awakening. So if he wants, since he doesn't have it, and Evan's going bananas, he goes, okay, hit me for 7, hit me for 5. I'll go down to 11. I'll fuse my Awakening and get a Pulverize and hit you for 14 for free.
Yeah. Would you choose Pulverize out of everything else?
Maybe not. Maybe Crippling Crush is better. I don't know.
There is one Pulverize in Alan's deck.
Yeah, for that reason. Like the one Pulverize is what's cool about Awakening, right, is it's like you can play like toolbox, right? You can tutor up a Starstruck or a Pulver, like whichever one is the best for the scenario.
We are giving equipment to block this last Bolton shot. Civic Step says whenever you do block with this, give a hero that's not yourself a Quicken token, so he has to choose Lexi. So it's used for PV, or not PvP, what do we call that? Party fab, round the table fab.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can use it in this. We're going to go ahead and Starstruck.
So Starstruck's pretty good, right? Like Evan has to 3-card block it to do anything. So he probably 2-card blocks it. He gets struck.
Because he would have to shoot a 5
E3.
damage arrow at that point.
Yeah, which he could do.
Couldn't make it to a wedding due to a wedding, but I miss playing Starvo. If people miss playing Starvo, should they consult a doctor, or is that
I miss playing Starvo.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm that guy. I thought it was fun.
Yeah. I think that was the one time where I brought a Starvo deck to like my Tuesday. I was tired of losing to it, and then doing it to other people. It was just like I feel icky.
It felt icky at like armory level, but like when you were in a world of prisms and chains, it didn't feel and skeleton Viserais.
Right.
Like he felt like he was fighting on the same. He was obviously. I don't even know if he's better. He didn't even win the Pro Tour.
Yeah, he didn't even win the Pro Tour. What the heck? Bring him back. If you're anti-Lexi, don't look at the score though, because Evan went from down by like 15 to now only down by 3. Which is kind of crazy.
Alan's getting the love in chat. This man is a hero.
How many times do you watch his YouTube channel?
Should I lie and say a lot?
No, I watched it once, and I built his Bravo deck for last ProQuest season because it didn't make a lot of sense. I just didn't play it near as much as the level he did.
Yeah.
So I went 3-3, but felt like a good idea when he was saying it. He's good at making people believe.
No, his decks are great, but you gotta play them well.
Some people can't play anything.
I mean, not that you can't play well, but like he plays it very well. Man, that Warmongers versus.
Because how much does Starvo care about Warmongers?
He doesn't care at all. He has no.
He's not going to really use non-attack actions at all, right?
I mean,
maybe channel Lake
only
Frigid.
only on your worst. So Lake Frigid is good, and then only on your worst turns where you're like, I drew junk and I'm gonna like hit you with the Winter's Wail, and they're like, oh cool, he's only swinging for 4, and then you're like blink. I guess you can even blink because it's an instant. Like you can't play flash. Like that's like it.
Right. No flash.
And no pulse
channel
of
Lake
candle
Frigid,
hold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pulse of Candle Hold is so good in Starvo too, because you can go grab more Oaken Olds and then the thing to fuse them with that you're missing from your hand.
Yeah. What we're seeing here, though, I think, this is interesting, right? So he went with this bridge strategy, which appears to be working, but it's also forcing him into like playing a, when I was talking about casino versus more control, like he's playing a more controlling defensive strategy with this. Like he's fused once.
Right.
And I think that's
and honestly that turn wasn't like oppressively crazy.
No. You can't really underestimate how powerful the Crown of Seeds effect is to making it, getting it more consistently. Even at I think it was Nick Butcher and that Team Dragon Shield that brought to Jersey with the Eye of Ophidia, and then that kind of became a staple for the last month before he Living Legend out, because like anything to get more higher percentages is pretty good. He's trying to get it right here. He's like, come on, baby.
So Stalagmite, explain to everyone what Stalagmite does to your opponent, because it's so good.
So
2 times a game.
So when you block with it, before reacts, it's going to instantly put a trigger to put a frostbite on your opponent's side. So it can completely throw off their math, and often, even though it's blocking for 1 or 2, save you 5, 6, 7, 10 damage depending on, how their resources line up.
It's pretty much like, oh, you remember your Scowling Fleshbag for...
Yeah.
Do an effect that's kind of like that, a little worse,
but
do it twice a game. It's pretty. That's a pretty good card.
It's a pretty good card.
That's why it's legendary. That was an Everfest.
Yeah. Then there was a lot of, in the Starvo meta, there was a lot of argument of, about Stalagmite versus Rampart. That was like
I remember that.
That's what the internet got to fight over for months.
How did he get go again on the Heatseeker? I think he had a quicken token from the Civic Steps. And that's a thing that maybe you haven't seen before. Not sure if it was used earlier. Alan ended up blocking all of those arrows -3 damage with just equipment, which was pretty sick. So that way he could pull off the Crippling Crush.
Yeah, and you can see, right, he got the inertia token, so he wanted to get rid of the his arsenal, and he was still able to crippling.
We're going to
Evan
block
has
at
to
least
block
8.
out.
I think he blocked. He just took 2 damage, so he blocked 9. What can he do with 1 card? Winner's Bite. I'm going to basically...
This is Starvo at its finest. It's just complete junk hand. So I've been trying to watch, but I haven't paid enough attention to if Alan's like heavily stacking for a second cycle here.
I'm going to guess because it's Alan, yes.
He must be.
Ooh, Codex of Frailty is going to get some value here because we're going to get rid of a card from our opponent's hand, making it harder to block. But giving Starvo another heavy threat for his arsenal is probably not the smartest idea relative to other heroes. Like, other heroes can't really use... I mean, everyone can go grab their best attack action, but sometimes it's just command and conquer.
Right.
He can grab Crippling Crush.
Yeah, he's only got a few good attacks as a... oh, interesting. So he... Wait, I don't...
Because does he have the fuse in hand for that already?
He doesn't.
Which maybe... He doesn't have any more effects that puts the arsenal on the bottom of his deck anymore.
I guess since he knew he was not doing anything this turn, get the best card. Oaken Old is the best thing.
It's the cheapest thing that does the best disruption.
Yeah.
Because it was designed for Oldham instead of... Maybe it was designed for Starvo too, but Oldham...
There he's got it. He's got it.
So this is where the tide's going to turn on Evan, and he doesn't know how bad he has it right now. He needs to do a 4... You can't do 4 arrows, can you? Maybe 3 arrow turn.
But
that's a
sleep dart.
I guess sleep dart, who cares? Because he has it in hand anyway for a different effect. Sleep dart.
But no, sleep dart matters, right?
It just means you can't use your hero power.
Oh, right. He can still give it dominate. But I think he's got...
And I think this is where the fridge strategy comes in of I'm going to be blocking and saving. All he needs is 2 of those cards in his hand to do something gross to Evan.
Yeah, so unfortunately he has to give up the Starvo fuse. Now an interesting... Yeah, I keep thinking I'm mixing up Sleep Dart with Fatigue Shot.
Ooh, do 2 extra damage.
The funny thing, though, right, is it's almost a bait. Oh, no, he still have it. Sorry, he has the pulse for it. So,
but now he probably needs to block this.
He can still just do Oaken Old fused, like Oldham, like us,
right?
Honest people.
Looking at the top card of his deck, it is a whiff into that from the quiver. Hate to see that if you're rooting for Lexi, but why are you rooting for Lexi? Let's go Alan Lubers.
So we hate Lexi so much that we're actually rooting for...
I think it's who has beaten you lately.
Yeah, Starvo over her. I never thought I'd see a day where anybody rooted for Starvo.
This is Oaken Old. We are pitching and then fusing. This is an ice card, and then half of this is an earth card. Oaken Old, for everyone at home, this is going to come in for a 9 damage. It's going to be dominated, and if it does a single point of damage, Lexi will have to choose 2 of her cards at random to put on the bottom of her deck.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And Briar is errated, so...
Just 1 embodiment of Earth per turn this
time.
All
all cards are legal, but Briar is post-errata.
He said, let me get an arrow finally. That's probably a smart idea because there's a lot of 0-cost arrows that he could shoot next turn, even if he doesn't have anything.
Yeah. That way he blocks, it doesn't lose any cards out of hand.
This is pretty smart. Like, Lexi can get around negative things. Like, back in the day, Lexi didn't have a lot of these. Didn't have Trench. Obviously, we're not using Trench right now. But didn't have Codex. Didn't have other things that have trained Lexi players how to deal with disruption of...
Real quick on that, sorry, but just something to point out. So Alan's, it's like, what the heck is he doing? He just hit him with an Oaken Old. He's got 2 cards in hand. So he has the Starvo fuse off the 2 cards, right? He has the Pulse plus an Ice. So now it's like, this is one of the, it's like a conundrum. Do you Arsenal one of these, or do you save it? And the one you don't want to Arsenal the Pulse because it's 2 elements. You don't want to Arsenal the Winter's Bite because you have no Crown of Seeds and it eats your arsenal. And this is a man who just hit somebody with an Oaken Old and looks
like he got hit by it.
Yeah, like he got hit by it. So it's kind of funny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sleep Dart hit, but that was... Yeah, we're talking about for next week or whatever. Next turn.
Right? Yeah.
Because he can survive both these arrow hits.
Now, here's why I like what he did, and because it actually happened. The problem with specifically Pulsive Candlehold is it's an Earth card, but it's your only Earth card that's not an attack. So you can actually have the Starvo ability and then not have an attack to use it on, and it's exactly what would have happened had he held it.
So Alan's smarter than us, or smarter than me. You knew about that.
Yeah.
What would you have done that scenario?
I would have arsenaled the Pulse. Okay. There are times where you hold it, but generally I find it's too greedy.
Don't be greedy. We know that this was coming in.
Yep.
Does he have a defense reaction?
He's got a Blizzard.
The Blizzard will stop him in his tracks, but that card goes back into his hands.
And now Alan's going to do everybody's favorite play. A channel into a Frosty Hammer.
Oof. And then Evan's going to have enough stuff.
Or he's going to Winter's Bite into channel and guarantee 2 cards.
Winter's Bite. Does he have a 3rd tunic, or that tunic says 2 on it? That tunic says 2. We're going to have to pitch the hamstring shot. Anytime we're pitching red arrows, not great. Candlehold, what are you going to grab if you're Alan right now?
You get that, and you probably get... You can only get Earth or... Yeah, that's
elemental
fair.
attacks, yeah.
Well, Earth, Lightning. You can't get Ice, basically.
Okay. I guess all of the Elemental Guardian cards, none of them are... You're not even running Ice attacks, are you?
I mean, you have...
Maybe
he
Grasp.
has Winter's Red. You're not wanting to attack with them. You might be running Frostfang.
But no damage goes across the chain link for Alan that turn.
No, he's just trying to defend here.
Which, the fridge is gone. It's only 4 cards. How many people have died with 4 cards when Evan only has to do 5? Like, hundreds of people have died here. Can Alan figure it out?
Well, Alan has Awakening and an Earth card. So, assuming Evan can't... He can go down to 1 here and swing back for 14.
Channel Lake Frigid is going to put in some work this turn for Alan, though.
This is pretty funny. Alan's still only Starvoed once.
And I think some people maybe in chat are like, isn't it crazy that Lexi can keep up with Starvo like this? Even back in the day, if Starvo only is getting 1 or 2 interactions a game, I could keep up with it as Rydar.
Yeah.
And some other people can keep up with it. It is a thing of you need to get your casino going, or you can lose a game against anybody in the format probably.
Yep.
Because you don't have the dominates from... If you're not getting your casino power going, or let's just say Starvo's hero power going, you also don't have Bravo's hero power. And Bravo needs that hero power to do a lot of heavy work at the end of the games. So it makes sense that if you're not using your hero power, you could probably lose a game.
Yeah, which might be what's happening here.
Plus, I think all these people are doing this type of stuff for the first time. There's theory that's on paper, and then there's actually showing up against some of the best players in SoCal and testing your paper theories.
Yeah, and some of the best players in the world, and definitely the #1 player in the United States this year. So we got.
Thank God I'm in this room, you know?
I know, that's why I chickened out.
Yeah, what would you have brought though?
Oh, I would have brought Starvo.
Oh, okay.
I was actually. I would be excited to play in this.
Why? You just take 4 here if you're Evan, right? There's no chance you die. You get your whole hand. Channel Lake Fridge is dead, and you have 5 cards to kill someone with 3 health. Just take 4.
Evans?
Evan's going to be so obnoxious if he wants this. Dang it! People are probably like, you should have used mute button on that. No, I hope Evan loses.
We're allowed to say this because Evan's also wearing the pink purple shirt. You know,
he bummed a ride. It was all kinds of stuff like that. We got people calling in saying, somebody go punch Evan in the face so he can't win.
I can't.
No, they didn't.
I can't tell how much. Evan's deck looks pretty thin from here.
He's taking the damage. He believes he can win on this turn. If Evan doesn't kill Alan on this turn, I think he'll probably lose. So let's go ahead and say this is the game. Fingers crossed. Oh, there's a walkie-talkie that we could mess with him.
Alan's hand blocks well, so that's good. He's got all 3 blocks. Infecting
Shot is pretty good. He's doing his Eye of Ophidia. You may say, what is he doing? That is a Chilling Ice Vein. That is his Eye of Ophidia that he got checked with our judge earlier, because his Eye of Ophidia is so curled that he could cut to it 5 times, so he did not want to get DQ'd. We're going to send out the Inertia Shot. What is the actual word that it says on it?
What's the actual
sedation
shot? Yeah.
Sedation shot goes across, is blocked immediately. Can we shoot both of these arrows?
Alan's dead.
Damn. Evan said, I don't care who you bring or what kind of thought process you have of who the best deck is here. I'm going to bring Lexi and beat whoever you got.
His next hand, he had prepped it up. He couldn't get there.
Because he never shuffled. Alan never shuffled his deck.
No, he did not.
Because Candlehold puts it on top without shuffling.
And he pitched both the Awakenings.
So if you're wondering what happened, Alan did take 4 damage, so he'll go down to -1, which will kill Starvo. And Lexi has a 1-0 record. I would say this is probably her worst matchup in this format. So if Starvo can't kill her, who can kill her?
That's a good question. Nobody.
If Evan 6-0s this, we just LL this character right now. Chris Iaali's smiling. I guess he smiles when he loses though too. So I don't know if he won or lost.
Starvo is washed.
If you're wondering, how many people do we have today and what are they playing?
Oh, we did have a bunch of Starvos.
6 people playing Starvo. Yeah, this was a great day for you to come into the booth. Somebody else got you. 1 Icelander. Who's that? That doesn't seem like a good play against all these Starvos. SOAL.
As opposed to the new Prism?
Yeah, so Sculptor of Arclight.
Yeah.
That took me a second.
I wasn't going to get there. I'm sitting there. What the heck was her name?
3 Prisms here, 3 Phis, 2 Lexis. There's a second Lexi? 2 Viserai. I know exactly who those people are.
Do you know who's missing from this list?
There's somebody else you thought was going to come around?
Yeah, yeah. Chat's got it.
No Chain?
Where the heck is Chain?
I think all the people that I'm gonna get some hate on this comment. All the people that brain deadly played Chain are gonna brain deadly play Phi quicker.
Wow.
And I hope John Zapata I think is on Phi today.
What is Anthony Pham playing? I thought he would play Chain.
Maybe he's on Briar.
Oh, he's on Briar.
We got a lot of people that love these heroes, but there's a lot like. Let's go straight back to this metagame. So I have not played 5 of these heroes, but some of these people at this tournament have gone through the history of Fab and played these strong heroes.
Yep.
So it is something where you're like, I expected that person to be on Chain Summoner. I think of them as a Chain player, but then they spent the last year playing a Fi or playing Briar, and it is kind of like, when you're 3 years into this game, do you have your favorite hero that you would play in a format like this forever, or are you always just going to show up with like your favorite deck, your best deck?
I would think for the first one, you would play like whatever. I don't know. If you played like through those metas and you played that hero in that meta, I think there's a good chance you bring it today.
Because as somebody who's played Bolton, Rhinar, Dorinthia, like we're not seeing any of those today. If I built a Living Legend deck, it would be something that I've not played for consistently because I play such crappy decks that it would be like, I think I would probably try to build what is her name? Prism.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised all these are on Sculptor of Arclights because maybe the new one you can do some shenanigans with angels and also have the 1/1/1/1/1/1 attacks when you build up 8 spectral shields.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on if new one with Luminaris is better than old one. I don't know.
Right. Which maybe we should fly in Pablo Pintor to play Chain into this field.
Yeah.
What do you think based on this? I just keep switching back to the metagame because I'm just so intrigued by this. Charles Dunn is one of the 6 Starvos? Has to be.
I have to imagine. He loves his Guardians, and there's no other Guardians on the list.
No other Guardians on the list. Dromai we know is Zach. And I thought Lexi was going to be one of 2. I'm guessing Bryce is probably the other one.
That would make sense.
Bryce is very... Yeah. I will tell you, we could literally sometime between the next 20 minutes go and show you every deck list of who... Let's just do that right now. Just people that care about... Ryan Alldredge is on Fi. Andrew's on Prism. That makes sense.
I would have thought.
Aladdin's going to be Prism. Jacob is going to be the 3rd Prism. Haley's on Bravo. Marcus is on Bravo. Charles Dunn's on Bravo. Briggs is on Bravo. Angel's on Bravo. Mark Lewis. This says Aether Icevein.
Oh, he's the Icelander.
Mark Lewis is the Icelander, of course. He needs to remember that you can pop dragons with Phantasm.
Yeah.
Tell him that. Bryce and our friend Evan are on the Lexi. Zach Wallach is the Soul.
Dromai. He's never played anything but Dromai.
Anthony Pham is the Briar. That makes sense. And then our 2 Phantasmias.
We have Chris Iaali on Viserai. Who's the other Viserai?
Who's the other Viserai? Is it Adam?
Adam Fiffles
Adam Fiffles.
is on Viserai.
And then the missing 2 Fis that we're going to tell you. John Zapata is on Fi. And Anthony Del Taco Zicella is on Fi. So for everyone that's not SoCal, some of those may have been like, I don't know what you're saying at all. But like that makes sense to everybody that lives locally. I think that's an interesting tournament, too, of it's less people. But once again, in SoCal, you're literally playing against 5 of the best people in the freaking country in your 18-person tournament. And you're like, can I breathe? Like, can I go have a fun Living Legend tournament first? Or am I going to lose to multiple battle... What is his name? John Zapata's top-8'd like 5 Battle Hardens around the world. And you're just like, I just want to breathe while I play my favorite deck from 2 years ago. We have 2 minutes to go. So we're going to go ahead and do round 2. We're going to get a new commentator who's fresh and ready to go. Colin Hahnemann, first time today. And we'll have somebody, maybe we'll play a Fi one of these times. We'll see what happens. We're going to go short break. Go flip your mattress, and we'll see you there. What are these? There's balloons that just happened. Oh, my goodness.
A party here.
We'll go see.
welcome back to the very first Living Legend tournament brought to you by Arcane Games and Events. I'm Colin Honigman.
I'm Craig Pollock.
We're ready. I'm so ready. I've just been watching the first round games, and it's the degenerate format I was hoping it would be. So
yeah,
I think everything is just up for grabs right now. Nobody's sure of what's the best. Apparently, Lexi's very good still, which, you know.
Yeah, I walked out there and I heard a mix of like, this is the best thing ever and this is the worst thing ever.
I think it depends who won round one.
Which side of it you were on. Yeah, right?
5 players who lost. It's still bad format. Yeah. Everyone else who won, they're having a good time. But I don't know. If everything's broken, then it seems fun.
Right.
So.
No, I'm here for it.
Hell yeah. Well, I think we've got our next match coming up. We've got Viserai, Chris Iaali, Adam Fiffles. it's a friendly fire game right here. You know?
This is so. These guys, I believe, are on the exact same list.
Yep.
I'm sure they built this list.
Adam's got a hard to find
together. So maybe Adam changed at the last minute, but
slipped it in there. But he's running the scepter, so does that prevent? No, that one doesn't prevent life gain, does it? I forget what the one.
These guys work together to make fab decks. They play test together. They travel together, and now they get to beat each other up.
He's running the Tessin, and we've got the Arcane Lantern. Interesting.
Okay, so we got a little bit of.
Oh yeah.
And look at it. So Adam's on. I guess he's taking a more aggressive approach, right? Since, Chris is running the Arcane Shield and the more defensive arms.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, very interesting differences in loadout. Chris on the Arc Knight Skullcap, Adam on Crown of Providence. Adam also running the what are they called?
That's the best part about these guys.
Quill.
Even though they probably figured out everything together, then they both went home and secretly figured out, how am I going to beat the other guy and not tell him? And they came to different conclusions.
True competitors for sure.
Yeah, there's no shelter given with these guys.
Yeah, no, I mean they know each other well enough, so I think anything they do here is a calculated move against their opponent. I'm just looking at the Ornate Tessin just because I forgot what that one does. Put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck if you do draw a card. Okay. So yeah, definitely feels like Adam's going a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
I did just see Chris do a 46 damage meet and greet after Scalata plus a Phantasmia, gaining 13 extra rune chance on top of like the 30 he already had, and then playing meet and greet, and just game's over at that point.
It's pretty good.
It was funny to me, but some other people didn't find it as funny.
Yeah, it depends what side of it you're on. This is going to be interesting because I think this is going to be, at least for me, a little bit of a difficult game to know exactly what is happening.
Yep. Well, it looks like Adam played out a Blessing of Occult. He'll make some rune chance starting his next turn. And, Chris just coming out with the Runeblood Barrier.
Yeah.
I love this. This is great. I miss Viserai.
So there is no Rosetta Thorn in Chris's list.
Yeah, I don't think
there's no Rosetta Thorn in either
Scepter
list.
of Pain is their only weapon.
So these, yeah.
Scepter of Pain, of course. 2 resources to deal 1 arcane damage and create a rune chant tone for each damage dealt this way.
Yeah, these guys say, who wants to attack for 2 and 2 when you can attack for 1 and 42?
Yeah, I mean, I get the feeling that they're not going very wide with their turns, so they probably wouldn't even get to Rosetta most of the time. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how Adam will play this deck that is very much built around, it seems, the kind of OTK version of Viserai, especially with the new Sonata Phantasmia, which lets you just create a shitload of rune chants, especially when you combine that with Scalata equipment and just make so many rune chants that your opponent dies immediately. I mean, Chris is already at 9, so...
What's interesting here, right, is like, this is either going to be one of the most interesting games of the day that we watch, or the literal worst. I think we're going to see almost nothing happen.
Yeah.
And
for sure.
And then it's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, I'm curious. I feel like Adam has played Vexing and Ornate Tessin and the Crown simply to draw more cards that make rune chants faster, or he's trying to get to his Phantasmias, because they both have 3, so that's like 3 turns that they can just make a bunch of rune chants.
The part I'm not sure on this is this just a RNG battle of who gets the Mordred Tide turns, who can, who can do what Chris just did and Like you can see he's trying not to smile at his friend, like a smirk, but you can kind of see it on his face, like yeah. Um, but and like, is there a defense at the end? Is there something you can do if you're behind to make sure you don't die?
Yeah.
Or
So
do we just keep having these dumb turns where we
just make rune chance? I mean, I think it's honestly just going to be a lot of that. It's, I think, with Viserai, there's always the notion of sequencing to get the most value out of everything. There is some small kind of gains that you can get when you make sure you do sequence correctly every single turn.
yeah.
I think with these two players especially, that's not so much of a worry because
Right, they're probably going to do the exact correct thing every time.
they're just good at this game.
Yeah.
These guys, I am looking at their list a little bit closer. There are some discrepancies. There's mostly the same cards but different numbers for.
I'm wondering if that Room Blood barrier down is where the Heart of Findall came from.
Oh yeah, totally.
Let's see here. We got
Even
24, 30.
2 9th blades versus 3 9th blades.
So Adam has one more red
One more
and one more blue
So
and 2 less yellow. So, but the armor suite looks the same.
So Chris plays out some more rune chant creating cards and passes. This is so funny.
So, since there's nothing else going on here, it's an interesting thing to think like, we banned Skeletor because it's too strong.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of those ban announcements talk about like banning things for like unfun play patterns.
Mm-hmm.
And although it's kind of fun when you're Viserai to like shoot 57 rune chants, like I think we're seeing why Skeletor moved from suspended to banned.
Yeah.
Like this is not riveting Flesh and Blood.
True.
Right? Like I think the game's in a better spot when this is not a optimal strategy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this build, the Viserai, is more interesting when it's paired against something that is trying to do just a ton of damage, and try to, because then we have that race of can Viserai block out and build rune chance, faster than their opponent can just push through damage. But yeah, it's definitely not thrilling in the mirror. I mean, even when it's not that, it's always it's a very similar gameplay no matter what. Like you're just playing out your rune chant builders and waiting for the cards to come to do your big combo. When you do the combo, it is very fun. When it happens, it's just like, oh shit, like what's gonna go on? You know, when they used to Skeletor into Sonata and just draw, like 16 cards. In my luck, I would, 2 cards would come to hand and I would do 2 damage and it would be the worst turn ever. Whereas other people would do like 8 and then have like 4 go agains. But, it definitely seemed like a good ban. I think in this format, everything is so degenerate that.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine. It'll be interesting though, like if both of these guys end up in the finals again, as they're the only 2 Viserai here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what we don't want to happen is for this to be the premier deck of the Living Legend format. Like it can be good, it can be viable.
Yeah. If it is and they have to ban things in Living Legend format immediately, it would be kind of. I mean, I think they will eventually.
Yeah, for sure.
Because there are things that are just broken that were banned for good reasons, and they don't support the kind of game that Flesh and Blood, wants to be. So even in a format like this, where kind of like everything goes and it's a little more wild, I think there still should be some, semblance of balance, or
Right. You still want it to be an interactive, interesting format. I mean, this is just like
they're just playing. They're just playing cards and watching each other. Number goes up is what we're playing right now. This is basically cryptocurrency, the game.
Fortunately, both of these players play fast.
Yeah, that's true.
Could you imagine, like, if we were sitting here and it was like they're in the tank for 2 minutes and then they're like, I'm going to make a rune chant?
Yeah, I'm going to play Rune Blood Incantation and pass. Like, great. That was the only thing you could have done. I am curious. I don't think there is, but I'm curious if there's some interaction.
Adam just missed on 6 cards.
There you go, dude. I'm telling you, man, it happens. I'm curious if there's some interaction of if someone tries to pop off with their big combo, can you stuff it in any way?
Yeah.
I don't know if there is, but I'm very
interested. Like what's the rewind of the mirror, right?
Yeah, totally. I don't think there's any. No,
doesn't look
really do anything. I guess Warmongers.
Yeah, I guess Warmongers would stop them for 1 turn.
Just park that in your arsenal and just wait for them to have more rune chants than you. But then they'll just build more rune chants.
Well, it's hard, right? Exactly. You have to, and then you can't go off on your turn. It's not like you can Warmongers, stop their turn, and then open your turn because now you're stuck too.
It just prolongs the game. So we're sitting at a healthy 39 to 40 life here.
So Adam's winning technically.
Yeah.
However, he has 13 to Chris's 29.
Yeah. Chris is really cranking out.
You can tell by their faces that they both know how this game is going on. This is how you get to the finals of the World Championships. You know how to draw really well and make more rune chants than your opponent. It's really devaluing Chris and how good he is, but this is pretty funny.
That's really funny. Shout out to Josh in the chat, reminding me of that Australian national championship cartoon that someone made, where it was old him reading a book and just Viserai just drawing rune chants for 5 minutes and then just blowing him up. That was two, very similar game, but like honestly more boring than I think this one, just because the old him literally just gained life, and then at least this one they're like racing to build their rune.
Like Adam did a combo there.
This round is on me.
He into Rune Blade card, so you got a rune
extra. Get that extra thing. Have we seen Adam play a Mordred Tide? I feel like
no. Adam's running pretty bad.
He is behind.
And this is Adam's return to Flesh and Blood. So he hasn't been playing for quite some time. And he's back. And he's thinking, why did I come back to do this?
He chose this deck, He could have brought Chain. Apparently no one brought Chain here, which I think is the funniest outcome that could have happened.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
How is there not a Chain?
I don't know. Everyone was either trying to be too cute or just thought Fi or Starvo was better.
I was interested in seeing how many seeds people played.
Yeah.
Because I don't think 9 is the right answer.
I was really excited to see Chain, especially with all the Rune Blade cards that have come out and the Rune Game cards. This could have been really interesting in there. So it's a little disappointing that no one did that, but it looks like Chris is building more rune chants. He's getting another Sonata Phantasmia. I think he's trying to end the game soon. The question is, will he end the game or just, deplete most of Adam's life?
No, and everybody in the chat's kind of pointing out what the issue with this is. Like, this deck, even if you're doing this strategy against a deck that's trying to attack you, has to maneuver more. But the problem is neither of these players have an alternative strategy to do anything other than just what they're doing. I think Adam just died.
Yeah, the Sonata Phantasmia taking 3 cards out of your hand is pretty gross. And this is what he did last time. Did a meet and greet, and now we're at 10, 20,
Luckily, Adam has AB1, so he's good.
40, 54, 56 rune chance. I think we're at 56 rune chance.
That was the best 12 minutes of Flesh and Blood.
Well, at least it was only 12 minutes. An old him game would have gone on for twice as long and been more painful, in my opinion. But, wow. All right. Well, Sonata.
We know what we're not going to feature next time.
Yeah. I guess not Sonata.
If we run into this matchup. What a wild.
Chris doesn't even look satisfied. It's just like, there we go. It happened. Well,
they had to literally buy dice, which you can buy here at Collector Legion, where you can also buy singles, accessories, boxes, and anything you need.
All sorts of stuff.
Yeah, to get enough rune chance.
Yeah, here at Collector Legion, shout out to our sponsor.
So if you're playing Living Legend and you're playing Viserai, and you don't have enough dice to make 82 rune chance, go to collectorlegion.com and pick up some dice.
Get some good. Yeah, and also if you subscribe to our YouTube, that will also help you generate rune chance at a speed greater than Adam just did on stream here.
That way you will get to see this video first. You can watch how it's done. You can watch Christopher Iaali, one of the best to ever do it.
Yes,
generate rune chance.
We did just get a 56 rune chant lethal. It was everything you would have thought Living Legends would be, which is degenerate and weird.
Yeah.
So, that was something.
That was a thing. So we're gonna get Chris in here actually to tell us how it looked like from his angle.
Yeah. See, tell us how he draws those rune chant generating cards better than Adam, and why he's just so good at it.
Like, how did you get the Mordred Tide, and how did you shuffle his to the bottom?
He's got 6 Mordreds in there. That's how he does it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
You can ask things like, how did it feel when he sonated for 6 and drew?
And drew nothing?
Drew nothing.
What I wanted, jeez, that was not the match to put on stream, I'll be honest.
I know.
I feel cheaped. I only got 12 minutes to look at a game, and I'm sorry to everyone else. But, Living Legends. We're here. It's the Wild West. We're
learning.
We're figuring out what is actually degenerate, and we'll see who wins.
So obviously not the most interesting gameplay, but effective.
Yeah.
I mean, you said you saw Chris do it round 1.
Yeah, same exact thing.
And like, I don't, he had a lot of extra cards to block with every turn. Like, it didn't take him that long to get to 56 rune chance, discard your hand, and kill you. So, I mean, there's definitely something there. We have the legend here now. We'll cut to break and we'll be right back.
All right. With the master of the rune chant, resident bully, Chris Iaali.
Nope.
Oops, I just kicked the camera. Anyways, so that was something else.
Yeah, very exciting.
You know, it seems like Skeleta's still pretty busted.
Yeah, no, I think the addition of Sonata Phantasmia
Oh yeah,
is pretty insane. I won my last round like that too.
I know.
Going up
That
to
one
42
seemed more
win chance.
interesting because Icelander was trying to Icelander, and you were just like, "All right, well, I'm gonna crack this." And then he tried to do a bunch of stuff, and you're like, "Okay, now I'm swinging for 46 with meet and greet." And
Yeah,
it's just
like all these cost reductions are so good against the Frostbites.
Yeah.
So.
yeah, it's basically like, yeah, sure, just get rid of your cards. I'm gonna ask you to discard them anyways, and then
Exactly.
that's it. So, I mean, do you think the OTK Viserai is the most degenerate Living Legend deck we have?
I'm not sure. I haven't played enough yet. I'm a little scared of Fi.
Yeah.
I think I won't be able to block them out as easy.
Apparently, they killed each other off in the first round, so that might help you
That's
a
pretty
little
lucky,
bit.
yeah. Yeah, so I'm afraid of Fi. Starvo should be okay.
Yeah. Lexi.
Chain, I think, is good. Lexi's close. I don't think it's as bad as Fi, but it's probably close to as bad as Fi.
Okay.
And then, yeah, no, we came up with some plans for all the different matchups. And
Okay, so talking about that, are there other kind of ways that your deck can flex to match those, or is it always still just like build Rune Chance and win?
I mean, you can try to do like the mid-range strategy that was popular before Skeletal got banned, where you did have like a Marvin Sky sideboard plan, and you did like try to play Shrill and just like outvalue them that way in race. But I decided to build the deck all in on the combo this time, and
so
far so good.
in your experience, do you ever have to attack more than once? Really?
I don't think you can. I think once you pop the Lexi Skeleta, you're all in. And
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one is all you need, right? If it does 50 plus damage, we're kind of
exactly. Yeah.
that's there's nothing they can do. I mean, it's wild to me that Phantasmia just gets rid of all their cards too. You're like, I mean, it's funny too that card it doesn't seem great outside of this format, but in this format, it's like, yep.
Yeah, no, it feels like they're trying to push it in Classic Constructed still, like obviously printing the card and putting it in the format. It seems like they want that to be a game plan, but I tried it last ProQuest season and I didn't have much success with it.
Yeah,
so.
all right. Well, I mean, what else are you interested in seeing out of like this format specifically? This is our first Living Legends tournament. No one's really sure what actually is the best deck. Like anything you're particularly excited about seeing or learning more from?
Yeah, I think it's going to evolve, and I think certain tech cards will be played that haven't seen played in Classic Constructed yet. Like Adam was playing a list similar to mine, and he actually had the Amethyst Tiara in his deck, but he chose not to play it, and I think that's like a pretty big mirror breaker.
What does that one do again?
So it's the helmet. You crack it, and it gives all your Rune Chance Spell Void 1. And so it's good against Kano, obviously. Like all your it's basically what Rune Blood Barrier does.
Okay.
But on the helmet. And so it's like a mirror breaker in which if they combo off and you pop that, then like your Rune Chance just absorb their Rune Chance, but they comboed off, and then you get to combo off
then you can just
later.
build up and do it.
And they don't get to combo off again. So it's pretty interesting. But yeah, no, I think cards like I think Icelander will be strong for sure.
Hypothermia, good card.
Yeah, Hypothermia and Amulet of Ice.
Still good.
I was a little scared when I faced around one, but
yeah, for sure, I bet.
got there.
Do you think that, I know early days, 2 rounds in, do you think they'll have to put bans in Living Legend format to make it an actual tournament ready, competition level format?
Maybe. I don't think that they have to.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that they want to. They might. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think. Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly.
For sure, yeah. No, it feels like they don't want to. They want to just lean into it. But I do, just watching that game and some of the other games I kind of saw going on, some cards are just like not fun to play against because they just enable game plans that are, we just watched the game where you guys just kind of played your own little side game and then
Yeah, it
Then
was
you shook hands.
not very interactive. for
So
sure.
like, I'm curious if they either find, things to ban or maybe explore like kind of changing up the format. Like maybe it's Living Legend, but they give it like a theme and it's like you can only play these heroes. So it's like more kind of like strategized against
That'd be interesting.
that kind of thing. But
I think if they maybe just like find ways to print more counterplay to all these
yeah,
decks
that's
too.
true.
Like, how many chains are there today? Are there a lot of chains?
There's no chains.
It's because of Warmongers, right? And yeah, like we tested this deck against chain, and like you just wait until they get to 8 shackles and you play Warmongers, and then you play it again, or you play Windblood Barrier, and it's like, what do they do? I don't.
Yeah, I think Anthony told me that's what you did to him, and he was just like, "Fuck that." Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, if it is a format that they want to support, I'm sure that they'll start printing cards directly to that, which I think would be interesting to see. We do get a lot of cards for like UPF and Blitz specific, so it would be interesting to see them print cards that might be not worthwhile in CC, but really impactful in Living
Something
Legend.
like a master set or something like that from Magic. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see it. It definitely, to me, this feels more hype than a meta after a new set, just because it's like, I don't know, there's just like a lot of memories attached to all these heroes.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be fun to see how it kind of evolves over the next couple months leading into Worlds. Are you going to Worlds?
Yeah, I'll be there. I'm
Nice.
excited. I can't wait.
I mean, of course, you got second. You should try to hold that up. What am I talking about? But it's in Barcelona. I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah.
The Living Legend they're doing there is just for the Battle Hardened, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
think it
just
is, yeah.
Battle Hardened Living Legend.
So hopefully you don't have to play in that because you'll be doing really well at Worlds.
Exactly. That's the plan.
What are your thoughts about Worlds? Do you have a plan? Are you looking at any new heroes? Do you not want to share anything? Do you want to psyops anybody right now? Just tell them the wrong information.
I really want Dash.io to be good.
Yeah,
Still trying to figure it out.
for sure.
And I don't know, it's been kind of tough, like, because a lot of our group isn't going to Barcelona, and so we're testing for ProQuest season, and the meta for ProQuest season in Worlds is going to be way different, right? Like, assuming that Lexi is gone.
Yeah,
or
totally.
Lexi and possibly even Icelander. We'll see what happens in Taipei and Dallas.
Totally,
But,
yeah. Because Taipei, she could technically break it, right? I think if she goes,
she has to win all the callings, I think.
she has to win all the calling.
Yeah,
Okay.
So, if she wins every calling, then I think that she'll Icelander will LL also. But Lexi is basically a for sure at this point. And
Yeah.
so the metas are going to be different. So it's like hard to test for Worlds
Yeah.
when you're trying to test for ProQuest Season 2. So we'll see. I don't know. I want Dash.io to be good.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about Dash.io because I also think it's really fun. Like honestly, just looking at your top card is very fun.
Yeah.
And I'm into that. I wasn't good at playing it in limited, but just the act of doing that seems very cool. And then you could play it at instant, which is like a wizard thing. So I'm into it. What kind of cards or kind of builds are you looking at in Dash.io to kind of see if it's viable?
Pretty aggressive boost strategy. Playing things like Tome of Findle to make use of your extra action points. It's so I believe it was Levi Rauch and Sam and what's her name? Cosplayer, Dash cosplayer. Dated all. Do you know her name? They were playing it last weekend at the Battle Hardened, and I think they did okay, and they've been talking about the results in the Purple Discord, and I really like their baseline of a list.
Okay.
And so something similar to that. It's just pretty aggressive and boosting, playing items off the top to get extra action points and lots of extra value. So
Nice. What items seem like the best so far?
I mean, obviously the boom grenades are
Yeah.
insane when you hit them off the top.
Yeah.
But the most impressive item to me that I didn't expect was Backup Protocol, the red one.
Oh, okay.
Like
yeah.
you just play it, you crank it, you get an extra action point, you get back your best red attack.
Mhm.
Like it turns all your blues into your best red attacks, and so it's been impressive.
Nice. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see if she's got something cooking there. Feels like Tekla Vossen might not be, even though I'm hoping just because I don't know. It seems fun to
Yeah.
build into a mech the whole time, and then Singularity into some crazy shit, but it feels like you're also just going to boost that card away every single game.
Well, it's nice that you get to see the top card, so you know you're not going to boost it, or you can like try to plan around boosting it, right? Or
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
it looks like chat got us. It was Rachel Max Ferocity. That's what I was thinking of. That also played -IO last weekend.
Thanks, chat. Dennis the Tall, Drifter Comic, y'all were great. All right, so yeah, I mean, I think today is going to be a very interesting day. I was joking that whoever got the bye round 1 was going to win, but it was Adam, so you just already ruined that for me. But that's fine. I think
he's still in it. Yeah,
I mean, everybody's still in it. We just gotta keep doing well. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm curious to see how Lexi, with only just like the additional band bullseye bracers, can do into this cracked.
Evan won round 1, right?
Evan won round 1. It wasn't handily, but it was close, and he did it. Bryce had a great game against Anthony on Briar, but Anthony was able to get there in the end. But yeah, she still seems very strong and can hold her own in this format, which is pretty telling about how her power level is.
I'd be interested to see if she goes back to more of like an ice strategy in this format too, since she gets back.
It seemed at least Bryce's. I didn't see Evan's deck because I was watching the other game, but Bryce definitely had more ice stuff going on, and I think that was good until he had to block more, and then it was bad.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be blocking too much in this format unless your deck's built for it.
Yeah, for sure. Matt Vore in the chat asking, how does Dash do into Bravo?
We're working on it.
I'll let you know next time. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out how to get around these decks that are trying to block you and fatigue you when you're on the boost strategy, but I think there's a way.
Yeah, nice. Well, just backup protocols. Just get all your cards back.
Right.
We'll do it. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. I think, we definitely had a time watching your game.
Yeah. The other matchups will be more interesting.
I think so. I mean, I was watching you. I turned around and you're just like, you're doing some stuff, and he was trying to stop you, and I was just like, oh shit, what's going on here? And then it was just like trying to count all your rune chants. I was like, oh, I think he's got it. But as someone who used to play OTK Viserai, there is a fun to it. It's just not as always fun for the spectators.
Just not as interactive.
Yeah, not as interactive.
I mean, I made them discard 3 cards.
You did, yeah. That's true, and you took 1 damage at one point too. Yeah. So like, there was some give and take.
I had to turn on my skull cap.
Yeah, we started the game and it was like, oh look, this is very interesting. Adam's running Crown of Providence and not the skull cap, and he's got the Vexing Quill Hand and not Grass, and the Ornate Tessin. Maybe he's trying to do this, and it's just like, no, they're just gonna build rune.
Yeah, the Tessins. We were talking about it before when we were sideboarding because our lists are pretty similar, and I didn't know if Tessin was better than Vexing because our hands get so clunky, and like using Tessin to potentially unclunk one of your hands could be really big. I think he whipped on it still.
Yeah, that plus his Sonata. That was like, that triggered me so hard because I was like, yeah, I remember playing against Starvo and just being like, all right, I got 18 rune chance. I'm going to Skeletor into Sonata, and I draw 1 card.
Yeah, Sonata always reveals the defense reactions. You should know that.
Dude,
so.
Always. And you needed them to just live long enough to get to your combo.
Yeah.
Starvo's great, He's just out here having fun. I should have played him while I had the chance.
Yeah.
But might not be the most cracked deck. We'll see. I don't know.
I'm curious to see what Charles came up with. I saw he was still playing like pummels in his list and stuff.
True. Yeah, I did not know that national champion Charles Dunn is out here. Maybe we'll get him on stream.
Yeah.
I heard he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a strong player.
Nice. Awesome. Well, thanks, Chris. Good luck on the rest of your day, and we'll keep an eye out for you.
Sounds good.
We'll be back in a little bit.
See ya.
we are back. I am not Chris Iaali, but I am Colin Honigman.
Oh, we always forget to change that.
This is Blake.
Let's go ahead and look at something else
Blake
where we could
Briar Meyer.
not have her. Oh, it does have her name. So just put this over your thing, because our guy, we said he could go to the bathroom,
We're the guys
we
from
screwed him up.
Are
That's
We
our
Having
fault.
Fun Yet? We're the guys from AGE. We're the guys that
From
hopefully
Pasadena
you enjoy
or
listening
East LA.
to. Round 3 coming up here in our Living Legend tournament at AGE. It's been a day. Did you watch any games out there?
I did go watch a game between Phi and Prism.
Oh, yeah?
And so it was Del Taco and Jake.
Okay, yeah.
And I was asking them, I was like, how are you guys feeling about this format? Because obviously this is the first time we're ever doing this. Like, what's going on in your head? And they were saying, it's very cool because you get to do some degenerate stuff. We keep saying degenerate. So
Yes.
do some stuff that's super powerful that I like my deck to do.
Mm-hmm.
But when someone is doing it to you, it feels really bad. So they were saying it kind of feels like Blitz CC.
Mm-hmm.
Of where you're trying to do the most crazy thing to my opponent before they do their crazy thing to me, which is fun for myself, but while I'm watching someone else, it sucks. So I think they were both saying we do like the balance of the actual CC format because we don't feel like that in CC most of the time, but this is a fun thing to do and change up some stuff, maybe play some old heroes that you enjoy, play some old cards that you can't play anymore, and have some fun that way.
Totally. I think that is kind of the feeling that I'm getting and hearing from other people is that this will be a very fun thing to do every now and then. It allows you to keep that deck of your favorite hero that might be LL'd. I got a thumbs up.
Yeah, the thumbs up thing is crazy.
Good job.
I think there's some like YouTube you can pay money to mess with this or something. But hopefully that money goes to us.
Right into the slush fund. But yeah, what I was saying, I think it's a very fun thing to be able to go back and relive some of your favorite things, some of your favorite moments. This is my favorite deck. I can't play anymore. I'm excited to try to play old Prism, although I get the feeling. I'm not excited to get to play against like Starvo or some other heroes or Chain, which apparently no one
showed. Yeah.
But it seems like a nice way to kind of relive those past moments. Get to play new cards in these decks. Get to play new heroes with old cards that might not be supported. So it'll be fun to see. I don't know how like serious it will be. And I think we'll just have to see, especially at a larger tournament like the Battle Hardened at Worlds, how this plays out and how people feel about it. So, going into round 3, what do we got?
It's Illusionist versus Illusionist.
Ooh.
Which, if you're paying attention now, Dromai walks all over New Prism.
Yes.
But back a year ago, or wait, it was a year ago. It was a year ago, a couple months. Original Prism would beat Dromai the Ash Artist because of the interactions of my Spectral Shields can kill your Ashwings and keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Now she doesn't really have access to the 1/1/1/1/1/1 machine gun type of play, but this is old school. This is not the new Prism.
Yeah. This is old Prism with Luminaris, the weapon that powered Prism to be the terror that she was for so long. You get go again. You pitch a yellow card, you get go again on everything, which is really, really fun when you're Prism and not fun when you're not Prism, as I guess is the thing.
Right. What's crazy is Zach just ended up beating a Phi. So that is something we never thought would happen here. Of Phi usually can beat Dromai in regular times. Like how with all the belittles you could ever want, and
he didn't beat a Phi.
He just beat a Phi, yeah.
Are you sure? Why is he 1-1? He won his first round.
Oh, then these guys are both 2-0. I think so, yeah.
I was pretty
shaking
sure
their head. These guys are both 2-0. I know
Starvo.
Andrew is 2-0 as well.
He beat Starvo in the first round. I saw him do that. So I think
we're gonna get
we'll get that fixed.
This is why we're not Skeleton Crew, but we're doing some like. This is more of a.
I mean, there's more bones in a skeleton than people we got here.
Oh.
So in that sense, we are. But
yeah, they're both.
Yeah, they're both 2-0. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. So yeah, this will be very interesting to see how they play out. I think Zach, I believe the only difference from his normal deck is that he is playing Belittle. He has a 1 of Belittle, which I heard him say won him his match against Starvo on a pivotal turn, which is very funny to me. So yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
When's the last time you played a deck with 65 reds in it? Ever in your life?
Never, yeah, never.
That's so terrifying.
That's really, really funny. All right, so Zachary, the Wallach, Royal Prism. He's got his gold. He's got his furnace. He's got his Nulrune gloves and his Snapdragon Scalers. Nice. Over here on Andrew's side, he's just popping out a Genesis turn 1. He's got the Wave of Reality, Tunic, Phantasmal Footsteps, and the Crown of Reflection. Right? That's what it's called.
Crown of Reflection is apparently extremely good against other illusionists.
I love and he's got a library. This is why Prism is fun. He's gonna play like turn 2 library. He's gonna play this and profit because Zach has 2 yellows, so he will never be able. Well, is it you discard 2? So you would have to discard both his remembrance to break the library. So this might be degenerate turn 2. Andrew wins this game. We'll see how it goes. Dragons are still a threat always. So,
which I think the idea about the Living Legend format is do the craziest thing you can do.
Yeah.
ASAP. Don't wait for next turn. Like if you have the library turn 2, rip it. Not maybe I could get more value if it comes back around later. It's like there's only gonna be 5 turns in these games.
Yeah, no, I don't think you ever do that with library. It also doesn't pitch, so you got to play it.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure. If I remember, it's a play it when you see it kind of card, which can kill you at certain times. But it is so fun when all you do is just draw cards and gain more cards. Genesis getting ripped off. Oh, that's a cold foil Genesis. Andrew Rudin, just original slab daddy. Although Zach is also a
slab bro.
He's in the slab party.
Yeah.
Not so much slabs, but he's got the bling in the deck for sure.
We also have a triple sleeve Prism deck in the room. That's literally the tallest deck I've ever seen in a Flesh and Blood match. All
right, so Erudition hits. Great, love that. Goes the soul, draws 2 cards, has go again. This is definitely going to be something else.
And if it's your first time watching Prism, the reason why she was so good is Luminaris. Anytime there's a yellow in our pitch zone, any of our illusionist attacks are going to have go again.
Attacks, not just attack actions. So all of her auras that become weapons have go again and do 1 damage.
Even if you figured out a way to play an angel in this list, that would also have go again.
Yes. I talked to Andrew about that too, which I don't. Yeah, well, no, because it's allies wouldn't have go again.
But it's illusionist. It says illusionist on there. Yeah. Man. Or maybe it says light. Maybe it says light.
I forget.
They were saying earlier it does, and I'll just believe them.
Andrew and I were talking about playing new Prism with.
There's the library.
So that would give them. Oh yeah, I guess that would give them going. I think it's just easier for new Prism to get those angels on the field. Oh wait,
you literally can't play angels with.
You can't play. Yeah, you can only play Soraya, and that's a legendary because she turns spectral shields into.
Angels aren't illusionists. I think I remember that. It's the Figments are illusionists. We're going to see our first tome, which because we're wearing the royal crown, it's going to be way better than if we weren't. Because tome says, draw a card. If you are royal, draw 2 cards instead. You may pitch 2 red cards if you don't banish your hand. So this is the brand new card that Dromai is going to be using to do as gross of things possible. But you can't really play a lot of blues in your deck when you're doing this because you could potentially draw a couple of those blues, not be able to pitch reds, and then have to discard your entire hand.
Well, luckily, Zach only has 4 blues, and he has 65 reds in this deck. Right. Not that he's playing them all right now, but that's a lot of red. So it seems like it will work. He pitches 2 reds, generates Ash, plays some dragons.
And you're looking for the biggest dragon possible off this turn. Because you may say, oh, well, he can only really pitch 2. You could play a 2-cost dragon, or you could activate your Furnace and play the biggest dragon of all time, which would be Dracona Optima. I don't think people are playing that very much anymore, though. He's got a Tumultai. He's got Domania, which, of course, those are what most lists do.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a list play Dracona Optima.
Mm-hmm. It's a cool card for sure. But will his dragons make a big difference when Andrew's going to be drawing 5 cards every turn and having go again on all his big attacks? All of his attacks basically coming in for 5+ attack actions, and then all his auras will be pinging 1 at a time.
And you could be like, what the heck? Why does Andrew have 5 cards? He's cheating. No, that's what library does. You're going to be going up to 5 intellect because going to the library makes you smarter.
If you have 2 yellow cards in your pitch zone at the end of your turn, and this applies to both heroes, which is why landmarks are fun, you can
Bring back landmarks.
Draw up to 5. I really thought Everfest was going to be a fable, the carnival itself. That would have been very fun, but no dice.
Yellow in a pitch zone means this house go again. The on hit will make a spectral shield because it does not say hit a hero, it says hit. So dragons are fodder for Prism. So I think as a Dromai player, you're kind of like, what the heck happened? I'm supposed to be beating this Prism. And it is crazy how one weapon can change a whole matchup like that. Which part of me, I think that's something where when you do look at the design of this game, you're like, I kind of like that because maybe at any one of these future sets, I could get a weapon that changes my entire life, and I become my old Illusionists matchup becomes free.
Yep. Andrew playing out Passing Mirage, classic blue aura, and then dragons coming back at you.
Got Chromai with
no
ash.
That's not Passing Mirage. That's
Haze Bending.
Haze Bending, sorry. That's the one that replaces your auras when they're destroyed, non-token auras with spectral shields, which just happened.
I think a lot of this match will be the back and forth of clearing board states, because you don't really ever want to take a turn off of not attacking your opponent's auras, or I guess we call them dragons, but dragons are halfway between auras and attacks themselves. But every time Andrew hits in, they're going to go straight into Soul. What's crazy is that card, Herald of Erudition, you draw 2. So now he's touching 6 or 7 cards a turn, which is just crazy, a way of value when your opponent's only doing 4.
Yeah, it's wild. The best thing. Back in the day, pummeling an Erudition, because it has Dominate, but it's only for 5, so most heroes can block that with a card and equipment.
Some fridge.
But running yellow pummels was a big thing back when I was first playing Prism. But then I'd always run a red pummel, which, people would appreciate when they block perfectly for a yellow pummel. And I snuck that in there. Lots of fun to draw cards, especially does he have of course he has Tome of Divinity, right?
No,
he does not. He's not running Tome of Divinity. That's probably correct, but I love Tome of Divinity. It's so much fun to draw cards.
What's crazy is he can kill with all of these...
His other auras,
all of his auras clean up the dragons, which feels really bad.
Yeah.
Like maybe if some of those dragons had a little more health, there would be some more investment from Prism instead of just do my normal game plan and kill you anyway. Yeah. Tome number 2, Tome of Imperial Flame.
So Merciful Retribution came out. Whenever an aura or attack action card you control is destroyed, deal 1 arcane damage to a target hero. If it's a non-token light card, put in your hero's soul. So now all of his spectral shields will deal a damage as they prevent the damage dealt to him, which is super fun way to end games if you can sneak that out there and deal lethal damage against someone who's busting up your spectral shields.
Craig using his commentator buy to go watch this match and stare at Zach was kind of crazy. Craig, go to 7-Eleven or something. You're going to get tired. I think there's not really a dragon that kind of scares Prism either. So if you want to, you're going to be killing dragons anyway, I guess, every time. But there's sometimes where, like, I thought this match would be a little faster already. I thought somebody would be down to 25.
Yeah, but it's the board state thing you were saying. Like, it really is. They have to be smart and manage it, because even if one hero might be slightly better than the other, like, they can both just avalanche you if you allow them to build up too much of a board state.
I think that was tome number 2. We still had 2 floating at the end of that. We used one of our Tome of Imperial Flame extra pitch to block an Arcane from Merciful. But honestly, anytime you have pitch left over from Tome of Imperial Flame, you're like, dang it, I could have done something cooler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. The card seems kind of balanced, because you do have to pitch 2 red cards, so like you're really not netting anything except Ash, or kind of fixing your hand, right? Because you had to play the card, you draw 3, you draw 2.
Draw 2.
You draw 2
because you're royal.
Because you're royal, and then you have to pitch 2. So it's just kind of it's kind of a weird thing where it's like it seems crazy, but I think it's not busted. It's not just like, oh my god, you get all these cards. It's like, well, no, if you ever whiff on that, that'd be the worst, because you have to discard your hand, right?
Right.
So
I think Zach, if you asked him earlier how many poppers were you going to bring, he'd be like, I wonder what his plan was into Prism if he did play. If he has any specific cards, or it's just like, I'm going to try not to play into Prism. Because
I don't think either one of them really want to be playing poppers. I think they have enough tools to go wide and clear each other's board states. So I think it will just be kind of incremental value that they get over time.
And incremental value doesn't really work when your opponent's drawing 5 cards every turn. Like, you're screwed.
I mean, that is incremental value. It's pretty good, though.
Because I think if we actually talk about the math of Great Library of Solana, if you're drawing 5 cards, but you need to pitch 2 of them to keep it going, you can only really play 3 cards to keep the effect going. So maybe the turn where you do play 4 cards off of 1 card of pitch, that's where maybe you get something that could never be available to you before. Or if you arsenal a card and then have 5 more, there's a power turn maybe.
Tome of Divinity I think is really good paired alongside Library, because you can draw lots of cards and you can end up pitching lots of cards. Library doesn't hit every turn. It's not always the best thing, to play towards drawing more cards when you could push through damage or clear the board state. So, but it is just going to stay there. Like, in the past, you might have to worry about someone pitching or discarding 2 yellow cards to destroy it, but like we said, that's not likely to happen in this game where Zach only has 2 yellows and they're both remembrances.
Because I remember back in 2021, I was playing Bravo, and it was like we were playing yellow disables, not the red ones. We do play blue, but we're going to also play yellows. Maybe you get into Righteous Cleansing, not just for the effect, but you're playing it because Prism's such a pain in the butt if she has Library up, that you're going to save a disable in your hand until the next disable comes around to discard it. But when you do get the Library discarded, you're back and you can figure it out.
So Andrew just played Herald of Erudition at an Ashwing, which seems like
the most overkill of all time.
The most overkill. But then he's just going to throw out this Arclight Sentinel. If you're not familiar, Arclight Sentinel says, when you attack, you will attack this instead. And it has Spectra. So basically it says, give me your next turn and an attack. Either an attack action or a weapon attack. And that always feels bad. It used to be the thing, it's an instant aura, so you could play it on your opponent's turn if they were trying to do something, play a big buff and then a card. You could play Arclight Sentinel to, waste that activation before then. But it actually, the longer I played it, the more it felt really good to play it on your own turn, because it is also an aura, so you can attack with it, and it's just
busted all the way
it's
around.
just really busted. It's great. It's a great card. So Andrew with
It's
the
home
board
number
state,
3. We don't care. We're gonna build dragons.
Yeah, so Zach has to play these cards, these 3 of these cards, just to get the effect of the library. That it's literally just like a library. That's so interesting because
That's where all the tomes are.
It gets you 5 cards, but you have to pitch 2 of them. You know,
dude, that is kind of crazy. That's all. Oh my gosh, Command and Conquer. You wouldn't play that right now. Well, the other thing that happened.
He's got a popper in there. He's got Command and Conquer.
Oh my goodness. What is this thumbs up? We got to figure this out. That was crazy.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Is that like an emoji that people can pay for?
I think when we get a thumbs up on the stream, it comes up on the stream. People are liking it. Good job. We love you guys.
The thought process about this is Andrew has 3 cards on his side that say Spectra. So when we're clearing out the board state, we can't clear 3 Spectras in one turn unless we have like a Dromai. Dromai doesn't even really do it. You can only do 1 Spectra per turn unless you have Time Snap, which good luck. There's 1 Time Snap potion in his list.
Oh, dang.
Let's go. So I think this is where Zach falls behind is kind of where we're going here.
Yeah, that's right. Brickless Shorts. Phantasm does say non-illusionist attacks. So there are no poppers in these decks except for the Command and Conquer that Zach just pitched.
Yeah, because Andrew Rudin not running Command and Conquer.
Yeah, but also his heralds have mostly been used to clear dragons to ensure that they go to soul, allow him to do a lot of things, playing out his auras, which he can then attack for 1 and just machine gun his way to victory here. Because at a certain point, you just can't block 12 attacks for 1.
Right. Boom, 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 boom. That was kind of the thought process of how does Guardian, the best attacking or best blocking hero, lose to Prism so much? And it's you can't block the 1 7 times in a row.
Prismatic Shield was lots of fun. No.
Which one's better, Prismatic Shield Red or Rake the Embers?
Ooh. I mean, I'm a Prism guy, so I'd say Prismatic Shield, although I'm probably wrong because it doesn't get played much anymore, and I think Rake is more pivotal and important to Dromai's deck and how she plays, but I think Prismatic Shield is a cooler, more powerful card.
Okay.
Personally, if you have Luminaris and you're playing Prism.
Yo, library? Yeah,
let's
Inertia.
go.
We're at the library.
READBOOK.
Killing dragons, that's what we got to do.
Killing dragons. Does he have... he's got 3 Celestial Cataclysms, so he's going to be able to...
Oh, that's a popper. What are you talking about?
Okay, yeah, he's got 3 poppers, but it doesn't seem like he's going to use that at this point for that. It's just going to let him have a busted 7 go-again turn with all of his auras out here. So 4 Spectral Shields, 2 Spectras, and, just having a good time out here. These guys love these decks. They're having fun.
They're friends. They're testing partners. They're from the same team.
Yeah, they were both
They
on
both
the
went to
experience.
nationals.
Both great players who love their illusionists.
Oh, finally we get a Thamai, because Thamai is going to say, stop all your BS instant stuff for at least 5 seconds before you kill this.
This turn, but you'll just herald, that's where the Dragon Ally and Phantasm plan really shows the stark differences in their ability and their kind of power level, because Andrew can just kill Thamai on his turn and then just go about his day, whereas Zach has to basically give up his turn to kill these Spectra, which is, as Blake said in our video, or actually, no, I think I cut that out, but he said, what did he say? He's like, print more Spectra. I dare you. It is probably something they won't ever do again. But they did it enough that it's going to haunt us for a long time.
Phantom Tide Maw is basically a fair aura, which is probably why no one will play it. because it's instant speed with ward, and I guess you can't attack into it, but it has ward, so you just attack Prism, and if she runs out of health, then the Phantom Tide Maw goes.
What does Phantom Tide Maw do?
Phantom Tide Maw is a 0-cost instant aura, and anytime something breaks on your side of play, you can put a +1 counter on it. So it's basically an aura with Ghostly Touch.
Gotcha.
But you gotta... It works with Spectral Shield, so that's nice. As your Spectral Shields break, you can put +1 counters on this aura, but you need to have your Spectral Shields break and perfectly block so you can keep Phantom Tide Maw around, because it does have ward on it.
Yeah. See, I think ward is slightly more interesting. It does require you to, as the player playing it, to kind of keep that in mind and work, play around that a little bit more, whereas Spectra just says, like, F you in your turn if you want to get rid of this.
That was a crazy turn from Andrew. He's moving so fast.
Yeah,
Just killed every dragon.
cleared the board
played a new
and
aura.
built up his board even more. Like, this is where we're at. Oh, and he's got
Oh
the
my
Light of Soul in
God.
his hand, so he's gonna make a Spectral Shield. That's fun. That's fun.
What does Light of Soul do in this deck? He's just showing off, maybe?
It's a yellow that pitches and makes a Spectral Shield
Oh, okay.
when you pitch it. So it does literally everything this Prism wants to do, which is pretty fun. So yeah, he could activate Prism's hero ability, which says pay 2 to banish a card from soul and create a Spectral Shield. And by pitching that, he would make another Spectral Shield. He'll give all of his attacks go again in that one fell swoop, and then just do whatever he wants after that.
I will say, I think winning 3 games kind of almost locks you for top 8 with our field today.
Yeah, I think so.
Especially if we're only doing 5 rounds.
Yeah, I think
so.
3-0
Whoever
locks
wins this, worst they could do would be 7th or 8th place for on the day. So I think that's something that's worth playing for.
So Peter's asking how many remembrance. Andrew doesn't have any, and
2 for Zach.
Zach has 2.
One's already been played. We
So
got
this could be something that gets more relevant, because Andrew, by drawing more cards and playing a lot of cards, will thin out his deck faster than Zach, and especially if he's got these 2 remembrances, he will be able to perhaps fatigue Andrew if Andrew doesn't find the time to deal damage directly to Zach. He is dealing really well with clearing the board, but he is not pushing through a lot of damage.
Peter says, it doesn't create a shield. I think we're talking about the hero power of Prism. You pitch the Light of Soul and make a shield.
Oh, I thought it did.
Oh. Never mind.
I could definitely be wrong, y'all. Just because I'm here with the microphone strapped to my head doesn't mean I actually am smart and know things.
I think the other thing is we thought Andrew was going to run away with it, and currently has 6 less health, so maybe we should give Zach a little more credit. But
it puts it in stars. Sorry.
Puts it in their soul, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I think I was confused.
Which is technically a Spectral Shield, but not made yet.
Yeah.
So you're technically, right?
The potential Spectral Shield. Ugh. Anyways, moving right along. Not as good of a card as you want it to be, obviously.
I think when you're paying attention to Dromai matches and you're just coming up, walking onto your friend's match, and you're like, are you winning? I don't know. I think there's an idea of, while Zach is ahead in life, there is an idea of, I think he's through more of his deck, or what do we think on that?
I can't really tell. Looking at it's hard to tell because Andrew's kind of graveyard is dispersed between his soul, his graveyard, and his banish. So it's hard to tell. I do think they've both played a good amount of cards. Both these decks require you to play a lot of cards because they don't inherently have a weapon to just pitch to and swing. And since those cards go out onto the field and sit there for a while, it can be a little hard. But I think they both have they look a little even on their decks, to be honest. So it could be a thing where the remembrance is actually something that will be very relevant as we go deeper into this game. But yeah, I do feel like Andrew hasn't pushed a lot of damage through. I mean, he does have to get rid of some of these dragons like Thamai and stuff. But
because I think the first time Zach doesn't put two big body dragons down, that's maybe where Andrew can get ahead of. I can 1/1/1 the Ash Wings and then send the bigger stuff towards Dromai.
All right, so Light of Soul revealed, as we now know, revealed the top card of the deck. It was a yellow. It was a Parable of Humility, and that went into Soul. That kind of sucks because Parable of Humility is a good card. So getting some updates from the table that they are about even on cards. So it's anybody's game, I think, currently. I think it's going to be a matter of who can just...
If you read the second half of Light of Soul, you can choose which card from your hand to put in. So he didn't have to put the Parable in. So that he gets to keep that powerful card.
If it's a yellow, you may put it in your Hero Soul.
Oh, okay. Then he just didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're pitching the yellow. We're going to turn Library on and swing a War Tune Herald at Dromai this time because all the other dragons are dead.
I guess Parable
And he's
not
taking
so
it.
good in this matchup because it's only for attack actions. But still, it's another
Shimmers
aura.
goes down.
It's another aura. Oh, yeah. Shimmer says when you attack with an aura, put a +1. The first time you attack with an aura, put a +1 counter on it. +1 power counter on it.
So now our 1/1/1/1/1s could be 2/2/2/2/2/2s.
Or 1/1/1/1/5.
1/1/1/1/5.
I definitely played some games where I had a Shimmers that got up to like 6 or 7, and it was insane that it was just...
Why did they not hit it?
Choices,
People make bad choices.
People make bad choices.
Okay, we're okay. We're gonna do this one instead. I don't know what that dragon's doing in his down there. Uvia went back in a hand. Maybe he's like, I'm gonna use a different one. We got the Merlion Sigil. We're gonna we're gonna sequence it so we can use our furnace the right way. We're gonna use one of our ash to make a baby Ashwing straight from Uvia. We're gonna attack into Shimmers. It has to be Shimmers. Too bad.
No, I think he's gonna attack at him and then Ashwing the Shimmers.
What if Library had Spectra on it, but it was 2 Spectra? You had to, in 2 turns, hitting it with your action point. Break the Library down brick by brick.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the landmark kind of design space I thought was super cool. We only did get this in Corsham, right? There was
Right. Why are there no rare landmarks or something?
I mean, that becomes a very different game, I think, if you're playing, like, locations and stuff. It is a very cool thing, and I hope they kind of revisit it. I think Library, they went too hard, and Corsham, they, kind of made a card that's inscrutable just for fun and flavor.
But if we're going to go to a brand new Coliseum and heavy hitters,
we could have a Coliseum. That would be fun. That
give
says
every brute attack +2 damage.
Yeah, every
forever. In perpetuity.
Every brute attack is now a blue 6, no matter what.
Oh, maybe that's good. I don't know.
Probably not. All right. So, yeah, it looks like Zach did blow up the Shimmers. He got to. It's a dangerous card to let sit there. But, yeah, I think they're getting to a point where they're having to be a little bit more strategic in where their attacks are going and how they're going to do it. So it does look like Andrew pulled a Celestial Cataclysm. That does say banish 3 cards to get to play this, and it's a 7 with Go Again. So it's pretty good.
Now the Herald of Judgment kills that one.
Did he just do that on a dragon? He just hit a dragon again.
He's
Obviously,
cleaning.
these guys are better than me at this game, but I'm also like, you gotta do damage to the person at some time.
Yeah.
But I guess that's what your Spectral Shields do at the end. You clear their board state, you poke a couple of things in. This is why I lose, because I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna throw this at your face, and then they block it, and I'm just like,
Oh crap.
And then you have 4 dragons still. These.
Dromai is coming at Prism though. That's pretty cool. I think one card that maybe is going to do a lot of work in this matchup is the Angel that Andrew can play of Soraya.
Yeah, Soraya could be really good. Did he play or did he pitch?
It's pitched to the bottom, so I think it's maybe part of the in-game strategy here. I don't really care what happens because I'm going to have this angel heal me up, do stuff. You're going to have to interact with her. It has ward 4, so even if I play this, I'm going to be healing like 4 health, all kinds of stuff. Because you keep seeing that go to the bottom. Right now, pretty close on life though. And we're having another rake come in.
Yeah, Viserai could definitely be a card that kind of comes in late and does a lot of work. Andrew's soul is pretty full. He hasn't been using Prism's ability that much, and he's only seeing his cataclysms right now.
That was sick because we used the double action point from Dromai that was made, and each Ashwing took out an aura that had Spectre on it.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
Nice.
We're going to once per turn hero power make a Spectral Shield.
So he didn't pop that because I don't believe he actually attacked Prism, so he couldn't defend his Spectra with that, unless I missed something. Or I guess, could he have popped Dromai?
He could have popped Dromai.
So making the tough choices here. He's pitching that Celestial Cataclysm, giving Miraging Metamorph. Go again.
I actually don't know how that Spectral Shield got made, unless it was Is it the end of Zach's turn?
He banished.
Oh, okay. Dragon Tome is basically like a non-legendary keyword fabled. LOL. Okay. Sure. We got a Miraging Metamorph coming across. 7. That's a lot of damage when you only have 19. It's almost a third of your health.
It is almost. He can pop it because he had a Celestial Cataclysm. It does not have Phantasm, so he could have popped the dragon with that.
What's your favorite generic from Bright Lights? There's not any. Gotcha, bro.
I was like, wait, what? It's the Helmet of Bologna. Oh, wait, that's a warrior card.
How do we kill these Ashwings? We didn't kill these Ashwings. So now we're going to Billowing Mirage. And we're going to... Didn't get the library activation. So now this is... How much can Zach do to Andrew right now? An Ashwing for 1.
Well, he could do up to 6, but he's still got a card in arsenal and in hand.
Interesting to see Command and Conquer go to the bottom of the deck because that's our only popper.
Yeah, but that will come back later. It could be pretty good. But the Heralds just haven't been coming at Zach. So there's really, if they're not attacking you, you can't defend, and therefore you can't pop them. So it doesn't really matter. And these guys are quite good at knowing the correct play for their illusionist heroes, as they are illusionist lovers.
Yellow aura, blue aura is a classic Prism thing.
Yep.
We got the 5 cards. I kind of want to commend Zach right now. Just resilient. Like, Dromai is a resilient deck, but he's playing it extremely well of not doing anything wrong to get rolled because he overcommitted or something. There's no way I thought this was going to be 30 minutes long where Prism would only be up by 3. I think anytime you see Dromai in this matchup, that is by far the best dragon, which is why he put a couple back in with Remembrance. I think when Remembrance 2 shows back up, he's just going to go get more and more Dromai.
Yeah, it really helps him deal with Prism's board state in the way that Prism can deal with Dromai's board state kind of built in. Looks like Andrew is pondering playing Arclight Sentinel, I think. It would kind of, it would make this turn less good for Zach, but I feel like Zach's still going to have a good turn when Dromai comes out because he will be able to clean the board. Ode to Wrath, definitely a strong card for finishing games as it just turns all your aura pings into, if you take 1, you take 2 instead. So it's pretty fun.
So we got a pitch. I don't think both of those are yellow, but we will see the Arclight Sentinel.
Nope, those are both blue because Arclight Sentinel costs 6.
And that kind of takes the strength away from Dromai, because Dromai needs to attack Dromai to get the extra action point. If Dromai attacks into a Spectra, the attack does not resolve and you don't get the action point.
Mm-hmm. So he will just attack.
Furnace away.
Arclight Sentinel.
Another thing, another Ash.
Oh, yeah, and the haze bending. Haze bending is just so good at just creating value as it sits out there.
Yeah, haze bending is a good card in this new Prism. It is godlike in old Prism.
Yeah.
We're going to hit you.
Hit you.
Now we're going to swing at Dromai.
And Odarath. Does Odarath trigger on dragons or no? Probably not.
It does not.
Yeah. Because it doesn't deal.
When it hits a hero, take an extra damage is kind of what the wording says.
Yeah, when it deals damage to an opponent.
Somebody in the background just goes, "Does he have a library out?"
He's had it out since turn 2.
Turn 2 library.
It's turn 2. It's been out there. He's been hitting the books. The guy.
This is the smartest Prism that's ever existed. Based on what is it called? Canon or whatever. I don't know how this stuff works.
New Prism could run library, just doesn't probably work as well.
Why doesn't the library have a signature on it? What the heck?
Because it's a fable.
Mm.
Yeah. Although, you know, I'm pretty sure that
I was like,
I don't even think his Luminaris has a signature on the card. It's probably on the sleeve, knowing Andrew and how he values cards.
we got a Miragai coming in. You're not going to be able to pop this if you got your Celestial Cataclysm. Not at all. We got another card in hand. I think we're getting close to maybe the first hand where we won't have a bunch of dragons, except no, we don't. Now we need another ALS from Andrew, or there's going to be able to get a couple clears here.
He's played 2, right?
ALS? 2 ALS, I believe. There's no way to loop ALS with this Prism.
Yeah, because it's an instant, so you cannot remembrance it back. So, yeah, Chromite coming in.
This is a game that's going to, I think, fatigue you for, like, future. Like, everyone else has been done and happy for 35 minutes of, like, not 35, that's a little ridiculous, but other games ended 20 minutes ago.
Some of them might have been done 30 minutes ago.
I think if we're looking at the whole field, everyone's up and around and being like, should we go to 7-Eleven or what's going on? And these people are knee-deep in 17 interactions of an illusionist every 5 seconds. But that's what you sign up for when you bring these decks to this format.
Absolutely. And they love it.
Because I think if
look at these guys, they're happy.
Yeah, they're so happy.
There's
zero stress or anxiety in any of these faces.
Well, to be fair, that's how they look most of the time. But they are having fun. They love it. I know these guys.
I think if Prism is going to win today, too, it will be the idea of I used every single instance of getting 1 point of value on my opponent all day long.
That's, one is all you need, as I like to say.
We're going to time. Go grab a coffee. Dude, I had a wing. Somebody said, hey, you want one of my wings? And I was like, okay. And I was like, this wing is so good. And they were like, I got it from 7-Eleven. I was like, I did not just say that. Like, I was like, oh, my God. I'm going to die later.
It's right. And I have a theory that free food tastes better.
Free matchups taste so good in Flesh and Blood, so I get it.
All right. So I'm very curious. It's starting to look like Zach's deck is bigger.
Snatch the Ode to Wrath.
Nice. Is looking a little healthier than Andrew's. This could be a fatigue situation. We are coming low on time, though, so...
Because maybe the library wasn't amazing because it gets you closer to decking yourself, or is that a dumb way to think about
it? So they have a slight time extension, it seems, so our clock might not be 100% right. But Yeah, I mean, but he is pitching. Library encourages you to pitch those cards, so But like I was saying before, he does have to play out his heralds to defeat these dragons most of the time. But we are getting to that point where having 4 spectral shields feels really good. It can either set you up to just slam out a big turn of heralds without taking any damage, by just blocking Kyloria, for example, or you just paying everybody for 100 times and then they die. So, if he has a couple turns where he can push through, 3 or 4 damage with his spectral shields while not taking any damage, Andrew's really going to turn the tide on this match.
Would you say that's one of Prism's biggest strengths from back in the day is being able to take these 4 breakpoints and kind of being like, I'll block with a normal 3 card and break one of my spectral shields?
Yeah, that was always just good value, I think. I never played Fatigue Prism. I don't like Fatigue particularly, so, I was on classically yellow Plunder Run, yellow Pummel Prism.
Yellow Plunder Run is real?
Yeah, dude. It's great.
Did you ever put yellow Sink Below in your deck?
No, I didn't go that.
Oh.
See that because I didn't play Fatigue, so that does make sense in that deck. But I don't want to. I won't do it. So
I think the other thing is we're kind of in charge of this tournament, so I don't think we want to see a draw. So we'll probably be like, oh, there's a time extension. Don't worry, you'll be fine.
That is not how it goes. But we did start the clock that we are running and the time of the game that is has to be set up a little bit special for stream.
2 minutes extra.
So yeah, looks like we're.
Oh, okay. 13 minutes total.
Okay. So, but
It's
still
a guideline, not a rule, guys.
It is a rule. Literally in the tournament rules and policies.
Dude. Charles Dunn in the background wearing penguins. He's rooting for Pittsburgh in all of our faces.
Hey,
just yawn, too. Oh, my
Look
goodness.
at everybody in the back trying to watch it. We got Bryce. We got Evan. We got these other
Got
guys.
somebody covered up by the light.
We got Boxlight Man.
Yeah.
Charles Dunn showing up. I'm not sure what his record is. I think he's been at the top table, so he's probably 3-0.
He lost round 2.
Oh, did he lose round 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Local hero Angel Benitez.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Very cool that Charles Dunn has moved out to SoCal. I love seeing his tweets because sometimes I'm confused if he's talking about Flesh and Blood or Diablo because I think he's a Diablo developer.
Nice.
And I'm just like, wait, what season is it? Oh, he's talking about Diablo.
Yeah.
Never mind. All right, so here we go.
Into the last
How many more dragons
of Illusion.
How many more dragons could there be? When will he see his remembrance? I see a fate for seeing.
Here's rake number 3. We're going to go ahead and pitch to make the 3 Ash Wings. Are we going to use all 3 of them or just 2?
Zach does have
Oh
sigils
my goodness,
too,
he did something crazy.
right?
Yeah,
That's
he
one of
keeps
those-
pitching the sigils to make Ash. So at a certain point, if Andrew runs out of attacks and Zach goes up 9 health out of nowhere, not going to be fun to be Andrew when that happens.
No, as long as Zach doesn't kill Andrew.
But I think,
Doesn't
we are
matter.
waiting
It's
to the, you only have 2 cards left. Cool, I'm going to hit you for 6. You're going to have to block it. And then I'm just going to swing auras for the rest of your life.
Yeah, he's got Command and Conquers down there too, so he does have some attacks that can just, do some damage. But
Ashwings take care of the spectral shields. Maybe there's a lot of cards that Andrew wants to play, or maybe they're just all instants.
they got 1. No.
Zach's only drawn up to 4, though. What the heck?
He should have pitched those 2 remembrances
Yeah.
at least once.
Here's the first yellow pitch.
So
We're going to go again on
I've
whatever
seen-
we decide.
seen Andrew hit Ashwings, which again I think he's gonna do. He's gonna hit an Ashwing to get a spectral shield, which the value of that
Not the worst idea.
I understand, but I'm also just like
You got to do
It's
some
just-
damage to the health bar.
yeah,
too.
like here we go. We got War Tune Herald Coming in for 5, I believe. It's a blue.
Wow, perfect block. I've been waiting my whole life for this flicker trick. Why would you not play the shimmers? Play the shimmers. He's going to arsenal the shimmers of silver. That's crazy. Maybe he knows something. Oh, here's the Light of Soul. Light of Soul makes a spectral shield. This is Kyloria, which isn't as crazy because we can block with a 3-block and have break a spectral shield. We're going to be fine. This is all Zach can really do this turn. Unless there's another card over there.
I mean, well, he could have a sigil or something. He could.
I bet you he pitches a red to make it Ash.
He could be tricky. That's true. He could activate Furnace.
Block. We're gonna block. I'm gonna block. 3+1.
He blocks for 4.
Does Del Taco look happy in the back or no?
You know, he's happy when 5 wins.
Yeah. He's like, what the heck is going on here?
Oh, he's gonna pay 1.
Uh-oh.
All right, here we go. Paying 1.
I don't want my spectral shield to go away. I need my spectral shields to last. That's our first block with Footsteps in a while. What does Footsteps do for a block for people at home?
You pay 1 to give it 1 defense. And if it blocks a 6 or more power card, it is destroyed. It also allows you to pay 1 to regain an action point if Phantasm has been popped.
Right. So endless value.
Pretty good.
The card off Snatch was Dominia.
Interesting.
Maybe not what you're looking for to do something cool, but we're just going to go ahead and Uvia.
Ooh, Uvia. That's not getting the Ash Wing out there. I think his Ash production's a little low right now, so he doesn't want to overextend his ability to create dragons.
I think this is like, these next 2 turns will decide who wins. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say these are important turns.
This right here.
Yeah,
everyone,
right
are you
here.
watching?
Yeah, you should watch now.
We've seen them build to these turns exactly. We've counted the decks. He's got the Light of Soul.
I think there's a Parable of
I
Humility.
now know how it works.
Parable of Humility feels really bad against Dromai.
Yeah, definitely not good. There's not a lot of actions that are coming at you. It's, another aura that maybe they'll let slide because it's not doing anything else, but it's not the best.
We're pitching? What are we pitching for? We're going to play the Parable. You thought it was bad.
Oh, that Soraya goes.
Soraya just becomes a Spectral Shield. This is bad for Andrew because we don't kill either of these dragons unless I plan this, I'm going to draw all 4 poppers right now.
He does have a Celestial Cataclysm, so this could be his turn of I actually play a popper. Ooh, and now we have a Burn Them All.
Burn Them All #1 here.
So this is
going to be a pain in the ass.
Because he doesn't have Arcane, or the Crown Reflection has
Crown Reflection has the AB.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Thank God. But I love playing that ability to destroy a...
It's an instant, but only on your turn. I feel like they should come up with a keyword for that.
It's
instant, but at the very end of the card it goes, but only on your turn. Confusing people forever. It's kind of cool, too. Like, there's the idea of, like, when you're playing professional sports, like, oh, this is just a regular old game. This feels like a playoff game, though. No, everyone's excited. Everyone's looking.
This is like All-Stars games,
yeah,
where it's like, oh, our team has like the most busted players in the game all together. Maybe they'll all be good together. I think in baseball that works out better because it's less of a. I mean, it's a team sport, but a lot of times it's like a dude walking up by himself to hit a ball. Right. And then you get a lot of guys who are good at hitting balls.
Okay, we're gonna kill Uvia with us. Every time we kill with a Herald of Protection, we get extra value because we get the Spectrals.
And it goes into Soul. So it's pretty good.
2 Spectrals.
So now we're cooking with gas. And Shimmers is coming in, so this is coming in for 2. Parable, well, Shimmer's activated when Parable attacks. Gives it +1 power. Zach is just going to face this damage.
Ooh.
So,
And now we're building the board state to try and kill Zach of...
yeah,
You either hit my shimmers to stop the shimmers, or you hit the thing I shimmered last time. So now a Chromai is super important. And is there any Chromais left? I don't think so.
I don't think there is. I think he needs to banish. Or he needs a remembrance again, which maybe he has that in... Nope. Asvolai. Okay, Asvolai.
Which that would be sick if the Asvolai could do Arcane to Spectras. If they ever do that...
It could
Dromai's
wipe out some of the spectral shields because if they have ward, basically, they don't have ward on them, but they're basically the same.
They're basically. They don't have ward,
but they.
But basically, do they have ward on them?
No, it doesn't.
Basically,
it doesn't say ward. The answer is no, but
basically,
functionally, if you would take damage, they are destroyed instead.
Even from Blood Rot Box? Okay, we saved
I think so.
These guys. This is the first time all game Zach has been no Ash. He is out of Ash.
All right, but he has burned them all. He's got 2 Azulais, so we're looking to push other damage.
Just to do a bunch of Arcane to you. How does that sound?
Because the Arcane damage is targeted separately from the attack. So it looks like he attacked Andrew directly, and then is he going to go after this shimmer? He's got to go after the shimmers. Like
we're gonna go after some health.
No,
first.
he's going straight at Andrew. He's saying, you know what?
Who cares about a 3 damage Parable next time?
I can do this.
Oh, Parable makes this Billion Mirage just 2 though. Don't forget that part. We're going to Ash to make this instead of Dusty.
It was relevant.
Dude.
Save that life.
Good for him. I think what's crazy is every single one of these decisions matter. I can't play this format and with these characters. I have to do the... What Briar does, Bow Lightning, and... Like, goodbye. Jeez. We're hitting the shimmers. You were right. So many people have died leaving shimmers up. I am smart enough to do that, maybe. But Parable will do 2 some more. I am wondering what cards could Zach possibly draw right now
that will have an impact on
that will impact offensively next turn, because he has to be tapped out of offensive threats. I know there's a Dominia in there.
Yeah, you just pitched that.
But what does Dominia do against Prism to close this out? It's crazy. Everyone is like so like they've literally been standing behind us for like wrong button. They've literally been standing behind us this whole time being like, I want to see this closer because I don't want to go look at it. But it is kind of crazy. Oh, I shouldn't have done that because now we don't know what happened. We killed an Asvolai. We killed an Ashwing. We killed an Asvolai. So yes, this is what I was saying of I know he was going to be cleaning the board, so what does Zach do offensively this turn? That was probably the wrong time to do that. We got Burn 'em All number 2. Dust Up, kill the shimmers is not going to be good enough. We drew into these defensive cards we've been pitching. He says, give me a second. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Thank you for letting... Okay, no. Okay, we did it. We're going to pitch Sink Below to get another Ash. And now this is where Prism should probably take over and be fine. So, yeah, I do think there was maybe some times where Andrew could have gone more aggro to close it out. But both these people are probably more excited about choking my opponent out of threats.
Both these players are not the type of player to, unless they know they're going to win, they're not going to just, ditch their life and try to go aggro if they understand. They both play... I don't know, Zach never played Prism, I don't think, but he's been playing Dromai for ages. He is a Dromai specialist. He's one of the best Dromais in the area.
Right.
Andrew has played Prism from the beginning. He also plays Dromai, so he's very familiar with this matchup, both sides of this matchup and these heroes. So I think, sure, you can sit out there and say that this game would have been over, but...
Right. But now we're healing with sigil. So who's the smart one now?
Come down here and play.
Yeah. The clock timer is now correct.
All right.
So if you're Zach, play for the tie, bro. Play for the tie. Don't let him take this from you.
I mean, Andrew's at a point where he can push enough 1 damages in here that this is going to be
this should be game.
very difficult. So
this will have go again. Does Zach have the popper? It won't matter because we could just. Oh, he's got the flicker trick.
Nice.
Andrew, not Andrew. Anthony in the back goes, what? That's crazy.
Flicker trick.
Connor has never looked less bored. He doesn't know what any of these illusions do.
He knows what they do. All right, so Furnace blocks the 2.
He goes.
He's got
Do we
4
each get
more
one
that he
more
can
turn?
do.
I don't remember how tiebreaker rules work.
If he no. It's gonna be Andrew and then Zach and
We're hitting.
yeah, that's 4 more damage. Sigil.
Oh, Sigil. He said, "Give me this freaking tie. Give me the tie right now."
God, if Andrew had an Ode to Wrath this turn, that would have been very
disgusting. So did it get past the Zach quick enough? I don't know. Who knows? We're just gonna see what happens. I feel like somebody's gonna want the 3-0 after this, but we'll. I'm not close enough there right now. They're both staring at each other. What's truly going on in their hearts, no one knows. Burn them all twice. I like the purple dice for Arcane. That's kind of sick.
Yeah. Well, when you only play 1 deck.
You can do whatever you like.
I was watching Bryce play earlier. It was just like you see people who play 1 deck, like they just know everything. They're prepared for every little thing. They're like, they lay out all their hit triggers and all that kind of shit. They have special dice for their Arcane. Like they know how to convey the information because they're so used to doing it every single day of their life. That wasn't a dig on him.
No. It's cool. It's cool.
And also, I was kind of thinking of someone in the chat was saying that this LL format is the format for bling. And it supports that. You can invest heavily in a deck and know that it's not going anywhere, even if it reaches this new format. You can always bring it out to show off your favorite deck and cards, which is fun.
We're making an Ash go to 5 for moral victories. Can Andrew kill him right now, or are we going to draw?
He blocks with 2.
Oh my god, I don't know what's going on. I'd hate to see this end in a draw. How many cards does Andrew have?
I think like 4. He's
my
got 1 in
God.
hand.
But all these have go again if I pitch a yellow,
Yeah.
which is why we keep our soul strong.
This is why Prism was
So this is the final turn right here. Andrew has 2 cards left. If Zach can get through this, I think it's either we're going to call it a draw or somebody's going to go. He's going to do his sigil. Dude, I don't know what's happening. I love the talking between. I think they're going to go, hey, man, let us just play. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to see a draw. Keep going. Oh, back to. Oh. What happened? Okay, I don't know. Should I go to match? No.
Well, that's what happens when an unmovable object meets an unstoppable.
I don't know. We'll see what's still going on here. Okay.
All right. So
Okay. Somebody's gonna say a draw.
the last round we had 2 Viserais make
But let's see what happens.
infinite. But if they played it out in an alternate universe,
They're just gonna see. But you got to look at us every 5 seconds so you can't see what's going on. But we'll go back just to see what would have happened if they keep going. We're gonna save the belittle. What happened, Connor?
What happened?
Oh my God, he's not ready for this. He's not ready for prime time. They're just gonna play it out in their minds. I think we're gonna make them draw.
they're mathing out.
Well, we should watch them math it out. Let's see. For everyone at home, let's see what
This
would
was a
have
draw.
happened.
This was a.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This was a draw.
They're gonna. We're best friends, so we'll figure it out. But Zach will survive with 1 to go ahead and call it a draw. I think Zach has by far more cards in his hand, but as long as Andrew can survive and pitch a yellow, he can 1/1/1/1/1/1 across. So I don't know if they. I think they are taking every draw. We'll see what happens. I'm assuming it's a draw. What's cool is these people will be in top 8 probably, because draws are better than losses, right? No,
Draws are technically better than losses. It depends on your strength of the schedule, but if they're already 2-0, so they're already kind of contending. They might be on the bubble. It depends on the other, undefeated players. But
this is their deck list. Push control. What is it? How do you
Control
take a screenshot?
Delete RM-RF right in your main directory.
That was me leaking the stuff. Oh, I shouldn't have done that because there's a. Just don't pay attention. Don't push pause on it.
You can't see it. It's fine. Everybody, thank you for joining us. That was round 3 here at the Living Legends tournament for AGE.
When we were picking matches, somebody goes, is it even worth watching that? I think it'll be over in 20 minutes. And boy, was it not over in 20 minutes. And boy, was it worth it.
Boy, howdy, was it not. Where is the button for the sponsors?
Oh, we don't have sponsors today. We're just chilling.
Well, shout out to Collector Legion.
Yeah,
they are our sponsor.
They're killing it. We're going to go to a break, and then everybody has been ready for a new round for immediately. So Colin's going to turn into Craig, and then we'll be back. are back that quick. It was true. Colin has turned into Craig, and we have a match immediately. It's the age-old Briar versus Phi, Rising Rebellion.
This is going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, they're going to be done in 10 minutes. We can all go eat as a family.
Yeah.
And then, or they're both playing Fatigue Phi.
If we've learned anything about this format, the games are either 10 minutes or 55 minutes.
Yeah, I love
and
that.
Nothing in between.
Ryan is 2-1 because he lost to Dromai earlier.
That must have been.
If you can believe it.
Yeah.
Because.
Yeah, I can't believe it, actually, now that you say that. How did he lose?
There was a power turn of 30, but then it was kind of like I got rid of all my stuff and the dragons chipped for the rest of the game.
Okay.
Hate to see it.
Ryan just made a heart for everybody on
Nice.
camera. We love you too, Ryan.
Anthony is our previous AGE champion winner. He's 3-0 right now. Will he ever lose again?
Anthony's a boss.
Anthony is a boss, so
No,
he's going to win. He's got his bowling shirt on. He looks like a godfather.
he does have a bowling shirt on. Does Anthony bowl? Do we know this?
Anthony bowls.
He also balls, you know?
He balls out.
Balls hard.
He bowls out.
And he
We
bowls.
got Connor balling out on that sandwich. If you want to see the sandwiches we get, they're in pink papers. They're from Pasadena. They've got Genoa salami. Oh my goodness, we have a match going on. What are we doing? There's a brand with Cinderclaw into Emberblade. What is your favorite Phi attack?
My favorite Phi attack.
They're
No
just
one's
all-
ever asked me
yeah.
that. They're all the same attack. It's a trick question.
Yeah. Head jab or head jab?
It
Or
has
head
to
jab.
be brand with Cinderclaw, right?
Mm.
Is it's the one that's better.
It makes anything into another brand of Cinderclaw.
Yeah.
So we're going to get 1 point of damage in their opening hand. Kind of interesting, but I guess you wouldn't just pass and hope Briar doesn't have a bunch of damage in her hand.
Yeah.
I am excited to see this Briar deck because it's 3-0 already. We got a Ravenous for 4.
I watched Anthony do all the things you want to do with Briar against Chris on, Chris was trying to build his rune chance, and Anthony's like, no, I'm just going to 3-turn channel Mount Heroic, Force of Nature.
Did it the whole thing?
He played he's sticking with his signature move. He has the Crazy Brew.
Yes.
He popped it and rolled a 6.
Are you serious? God, some people are just born lucky, dude.
No, I told you he balls.
There is a Channel Mount Heroic in this deck. I thought this would be too slow to play Channel Mount Heroic, and you just play Ball Lightning and some other stuff that you could never do before.
So before Ball Lightning was banned, there was the, Tarek's deck, the Cheerios Briar that won US Nats that was kind of all 0 cost. But over in Europe, they were starting to build out something that ultimately ended up being closer to what we've seen later, where it had the Earth and it had the Mount Heroic. So I think this is kind of going back to that kind of middle ground where you've got the lightning for a lot of the 0 costs, but the power of Mount Heroic still just worth playing Earth and blues.
What's crazy is we have someone touching their Blossom of Spring. And when that happens in this format, Phi is going to commit to his huge power turn now. The Blossom of Spring will be the one that needs to be played for Art of War most of the time. And then half the time you also break Stubby Hammers. So
he's using it for the belittle, which is good as well. So now you can get your blue pitch for free.
Cool.
Although that looks like a blue that he revealed. Am I crazy?
It does look like a blue.
So maybe he's getting a red? No?
More blue.
This man is a madman.
He's going to swing Emberblade 6 times. I hope they never can swing Emberblade twice in one turn. That'd be pretty good. I do think swords would, more swords in Ninja would be cool. Because so far we just have Edge of Autumn and Emberblade.
Right.
I don't need more daggers. I think Kadachi's always just going to be the best one. But we took 2? Or did we? Now here comes the Art of War. That's why we haven't touched damage yet, because we're still interacting with it.
Is he gonna
banish a card?
banish
That's
that
why I
other
needed
blue?
another one. Draw 2. Let's see what we get.
He's found another belittle.
It's maybe his hand wasn't good enough to play the stubby hammerers. Because usually you do all this in conjunction to give all these small attacks +1 more from stubby hammers. Because once you can get a lot of cards out of your opponent's hand, you can just dump the damage right on it.
Yeah, he might have hedged, right? Like, he loses 1 damage here to see. I mean, he could have auto ward first instead of getting tricky and wait till blocks. I don't know.
I don't think hedging's a great time when you're like, I'm trying to do the most damage. It's like, just pray.
Yeah.
Just go for it. Which Ryan is pumping up and down that leg. He's getting the jitters out. He's like, what do I do here? I know how strong this Briar deck can be if I stub my toe somewhere. Briar can run all over me. We know that Anthony's hand is a little bad because there's a defense reaction. There's a Channel Mount Heroic in there.
Yeah. It blocks well, though, for this turn, right? He's got an embodiment, so.
Channel Mount Heroic turns into a sink below almost.
Yep.
I don't think there's enough time to set up a Channel Mount Heroic against a 5-player. Because by the time you do that, you just took 15 damage almost.
But if you're not, if you're not blocking either, right? You can. It's your attack back. Ryan has enough resources for his entire game in his hand.
2 blues, 6. We can do it all. You love to see it, you know. Finally, Fi is good again.
So I don't remember. So Fis don't run any non-blue Minnowism for this scenario.
I mean, maybe back in the day, I think they would run at least 1 or 2 red. I've had a red be played on me before just for more damage. There comes the Sigil of Suffering. That's going to get a full block on that because we're not running Arcane Barrier here. Here comes an Ember Blade. And then that one is going to come in for 2. Are you down? Are you down? Yep. Take. And now we have built up the life difference. I think there is something of aggro games. What is going through your head? I have never played an aggro game this hardcore before. I know you don't really play as aggro, but maybe you've talked to more aggro players.
Yeah.
Of what is going in your head here besides, I hope I draw really well right on my next turn.
You know, what does he have?
Refusing and playing Snatch.
That's pretty good. 10. 10 in Arcane.
Sheesh.
Ryan can't really block that. I mean, he can. He potentially cannot with how many 2 blocks Fis it run.
No, you take 10 here, you go to 18, and you try to do more than 10 next turn.
Yeah. And that's to answer your question that you just asked. What do aggro players think, right? It's like, it simplifies down to just an equation, right? Can you do more by blocking or do more by attacking?
Right.
And
math instead of
yeah.
anything else going on. I mean, 4 minutes in, or I guess 4 plus 5, 9 minutes in, and we're 27 health into Ryan's health bar right now. That's terrifying. But here's a Plunder Run. This is a card, if you haven't been playing Flesh and Blood in the last year and a half, this is one of the best cards you can play from Arsenal.
Now, is Anthony playing Plunder Run? Yeah, he is. That makes sense.
Because when you play it from Arsenal, it's going to give your next attack +3, but the next time your attack action hits at all this whole turn, you'll be able to draw a card off the top of your deck. So imagine if Premeditate says, instead of Ponder, draw a card.
Yeah. And you know, the key part, right, is that it is any attack on the whole chain. So
you can't block forever.
Yep. And right here is going to make it really hard to block forever.
And then whenever you're activating stubbies, we can most guarantee that on your stubbies turn, you're going to be activating the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx to get a crazy damage. I was watching a 5-play earlier. The Pouncing Lynx target is double strike. Because each side of double strike comes in for another 3. It's disgusting. So it's like a 0 for 6.
Yeah. It probably depends, right, on how wide you are, because maybe you can get more from Assault the Wound if you've hit enough, or sometimes the double strike.
He's going to say, remember my embodiment of Earth. We're going to be blocking.
Oh, look, he's got 2 embodiments now, but unfortunately he has no more non-attacks in hand.
I don't know what
there's your
the
double
2
strike.
embodiment means. I don't think we're playing that.
No, he has, because he blocked with Unity.
Oh, okay, that's what we're talking about here, Blake. Duh, that is the only way you can go to 2 embodiments right now.
Yeah.
That is a super strong block, then.
I don't know what's in his arsenal, but I would... Oh, he has
That's the Sigil of Suffering. So far, has he done any damage? No. He took damage on the superpower turn. So this is the power of Briar of I can be a very strong attacking hero and then also out of nowhere throw the fridge, throw a defense reaction, and use my new specialization card to block a full power turn from Phi. Which, can he also block a Phoenix Flame from the graveyard? Can he even play Phoenix Flame from graveyard? He needs a pitch for this because there's only 1 Draconic there, which kind of sucks. Is this the Lava Burst? No, this is Salt.
Right. Which is gonna oh wait,
he's blocking out everything. And maybe this is like,
that was pretty good.
Dang it. I didn't do a single point to my opponent. We got rid of all their once per game stuff though, besides the last point of damage on my Grasp of the Arcanite. But that was the time where I needed to do the most damage as Phi. And how do you get 27 more points of damage when you used all your stuff?
I mean...
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Which maybe that didn't draw the best cards for that turn. If I didn't draw... I only had 1 Draconic, so maybe that wasn't the turn to rip the Art of War, or...
I mean, he had the double strike, right? I mean, he went, 5 deep?
It was insane. Yeah, there was the original attack.
So the second double strike, I believe, is what got hit with the D-React. So he blocked with armor on the first one, D-Reacted the second one.
Right. How do we go up in health? What just happened? No. Oh, we're attacking. I'm so stupid. Okay, we're on Ryan's new...
Right, because Anthony just passed back.
Confused. Sorry, my bad. Yep. My bad. He is realizing he can take a bunch of damage now because there's not the once per turn things going on that would make Pouncing Links really good. Anthony is taking a bunch of damage because he can swing back with what he has.
Yep.
I kind of forgot where I was for a second there. Like, dissociated? You ever do that?
Uh-huh.
Not a good thing to do when you have a microphone on, but it happens. Lava Burst, I am going to pounce for that because that's going to do 5 more.
It is. Do we know what's in Ryan's hand? I can't. He holds his cards in a way that don't get a sneak peek.
Ryan's hand?
Yeah, what's his last Prism card?
Oh. Warmonger Diplomacy. This is a card that, thank you for just taking all this damage because you thought you were going to have a power turn. Now I can just turn off the NAA part of your turn. Because there's no way you would choose peace at this point of the game. Because we're too far down for peace.
My favorite part about Phi is I feel like it's like one of the few heroes that you can land on a board that has no armor on it. Like, most heroes have something that's battle worn that doesn't go away. And
right.
Phi just gets out there and gets naked.
Butt ass. But can he survive? Because you are hoping, how many non-attacks is there? You see the Earthlore Surge. You see that this round's on me.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to play out reasonably well. I think he can do this into, he had a, oh wait, he can't.
Make a rune chant.
Sorry, Anthony.
Can't make a rune chant. Yes.
That's peace, my friend.
Rune chants are singing
songs. He gets his
songs.
2 4s.
2 4s is not enough when you're at 8. It is enough. We will block. That's a 3 block, right? Lava Burst is that good all around?
Yep.
Take 1. There's not go again, but he could snaps to swing a sword if he wanted to.
He can't snaps because he's got peace or war.
What's an attack reaction, though? Snaps is good.
Oh, it is?
Mm-hmm. Because you can do attacks and attack reactions.
Got it.
But now we're going to do one. If we had a Mask of Momentum, it would be sick. 114 is not enough. But we're going to spin this card around. Spin. Draw a card. If he played another, I guess there's not really anything you can do unless you have your combo starter and then end with another Warmonger.
He can't Warmonger because
he's also in War. Oh my God, you Warmonger yourself. What's your favorite Warmonger play that you've done? Like, you always Warmonger yourself, so it's really hard to slap back or whatever on your next war turn.
Yeah, like you're neutering yourself, but you just need it to be asymmetrical, right? Where it's gonna affect them more than it affects you.
Right. We're using 3 cards to block 6 because Ball Lightning's that gross. However, Ball Lightning's gonna affect every attack action for the rest of the chain. That's why Ball Lightning.
So interestingly enough, it is actually not every attack action because it's been so long since this thing's been legal.
What did I do? What is it?
It's lightning or elemental attack.
Oh.
So it doesn't affect the Coax of Commotion.
But Coax of Commotion.
Yeah. I mean, it's still amazing, obviously,
yeah,
but it's easy to think it's going to trigger everything, but it does not.
Here's a rune chant because we're no longer under this. This will have go again because I made one of my...
It's going to be 4 because he's got 2 of them.
Nice. The Embodiment of Lightning, that's from a previous turn? Or did he just play 2 cards and I didn't see it?
He played...
I'm dissociating again. Jesus. These games that are fast are so, after doing a 55-minute Illusionist Mirror,
yeah,
a 12-minute aggro game is just how are these both in the same game?
Yeah, it's definitely a different universe.
What is the 0 cost that we can play from our arsenal if we're Ryan right now?
No, he's done. This doesn't look good for Phi.
So I think Ryan will come down. It'll come down to the turn where he didn't have that great of a.
The fact that Anthony Anthony prevented him from drawing off the Plunder Run and cracking his links that turn. So the fact that he didn't hit with a single attack, the Salt was not good. He missed out on a card. He missed out on a second card. So, I mean, 2 cards getting +2 from Art of War plus Stubbies is
disgusting.
Changes the math here. So
Anthony's going to move to 4-0, which will definitely make him a top 8 person today. So congrats, Anthony. I don't know if he'll ever lose again. I think Ryan will be like, God damn it, I didn't have the really good turn I was looking for off Stubbies. And maybe that's the reason why you don't want to use your Blossom of Spring on a separate turn. Yeah. I don't know.
So he used his whole hand. That he would have hit had Anthony not had exactly that Sigil of Suffering in his arsenal.
And Anthem Spring. That's a thing you can't plan for. If my opponent's going to have the best blocking cards.
Yeah. So had he had not a D-reactant arsenal, one of those attacks gets through, and one of those attacks hitting is significantly
right. You can
a better turn.
You can go grab Pouncing Links and go grab your...
And you draw a card, so you probably have 2 more... You have 10 more damage.
Oh my goodness, because Plunder Run didn't go off.
Right. Plus then the Salt the Wound didn't hit on anything. So imagine Salt the Wound still in Arsenal, or not played, right? You have 2 more attacks. Those both hit, because Anthony's now completely out of cards. And now your Salt's hitting for an extra plus.
And I wonder if we were asking Anthony later, because he's probably going to join us in a second. There's the idea of, was he like, oh, I could see this coming because I've played a couple 5 games myself. I kind of know the math that's going to happen at me, and I can block it exactly. Or if he was just praying to God that he could block it all.
I mean, he was a little lucky, right? Because you don't get to choose the timing on when your opponent does that. But he also knows he needs to save all of that stuff for that turn, right? So like you saw, he even put his Tunic in front. And then they played a lot more turns without Tunic. Like, he knew I need to not let anything hit if possible. And so he made sure to do that. And that changed the whole game, right? Had one of those attacks hit, he's 2 extra cards, probably 12 extra damage, 2 attacks, plus 2 extra on Salt the Wound from the things. 3. 1, the card that hits, and then the 2 extra. So that's 13 more.
And that's
now all of a sudden,
that happens.
Ryan wins that game. So,
bro, how can we get Evan out of this room? Congrats, Anthony, for going 4-0. Ryan's at 2-2. Definitely has to win his 5th game, or probably won't make top 8.
Yeah, might be close anyway if he's already got 2 before the last round.
Yeah, I don't know how it works because it's going to be. I mean, if there's some people dropped earlier, I think everybody that's still around at top tables probably will make a top 8. I just saw the wrinkles in my head. I'm getting older, man. When did you notice wrinkles on your life?
I mean, never. No, I don't know. Long time. Old guy.
Yeah, we're turning older in a week, so
I'm all gray now.
Worse.
You still got all your red.
Yeah.
Wait till it turns white on you.
It does go straight to white, apparently, for redhead people.
You get to turn into Santa Claus.
I don't want to ever be a Santa Claus. I was a Santa Claus when I was in kindergarten. I don't know if I've already told that story before, but that was very rough for a 5-year-old Blake. We're going to give the fattest kid in kindergarten. They did make me put a pillow underneath my shirt.
Did you have other kindergartners sitting on your lap?
No.
Okay,
it was for like the Christmas pageant or play or a Christmas musical. It was like, we need a Santa. And I remember going to Odessa College to be in their auditorium and the pillow going, you got to put the pillow under your shirt. It was very traumatic. Not traumatic, but very much in my brain. We're going to find Anthony. We're going to eat lunch. We're going to let you guys also probably have a 20-minute break. If you're like, this is so enthralling, I don't know when I can go check the mail today. That's all going to come up in a bit. We're going to pause for 2 minutes, and there's Anthony, and he'll be right on with one of us.
And we're back with the champion.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing? How'd that feel?
That was good. It was good. I'm doing good on Briar today. So the Runeblade hands are lining up. How are you doing, Craig?
I'm doing well. So talk to me. Briar, what's the difference between Living Legend Briar and, well, I guess all Briar's Living Legend now, but like so recent, like what it was a month ago?
Yeah. So as everyone here in the tournament, I looked up all the ban cards and I was like, how can we do something with this to kind of break the format? Was kind of surprised to see that not a lot of the old ban cards, besides like Awakening, have done like I felt like they kind of got power crept. Like there's a lot of good cards now in the game that kind of match it, like Premeditate with Plunder Run. So I tried out Lexi. I tried out every deck basically, and I just landed on Briar because I felt like he was the best way to abuse Plunder Run.
Okay.
And then she also has Ball Lightning, so I run 3 Ball Lightning, and it gives that consistent go again no matter what. So I can do a go again on a Plunder Run or a Force of Nature Channel Mount Heroic and not waste the lightning token, save it for like a more
right.
a better attack to use it on like Coax of Commotion or Snatch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does it feel significantly stronger than, the Briar that we had a month ago?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the ability to just have a Nate go again is just pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think it's not too far off because it's just Ball Lightning Plunder Run. Plunder Run
Right.
is actually pretty good to activate like Rosetta or keep
Yeah.
Channel Mount Heroic going. So it's Plunder Run is definitely a step up from Premeditate. I know some Briars ran Premeditate. But I think that she still has her weak matchups like Icelander. I did play 2 Lexis today, and I was fortunate enough to beat both. So it does feel a little bit better, especially with the Anthem of Spring, the new card.
Okay.
It just feels like Briar has all these tools to block very efficiently, and now with Dyadic Carapace, you could also present that equipment as
Right.
block 3 throughout the game. I know Scalata is the same thing, but
Yeah.
having Dyadic as the
Gives you
AB2
the AB
as well
also.
is
Right.
pretty good.
No, that makes sense. So speaking of Plunder Run,
Mhm.
there was Ryan's key turn when
Yeah.
he popped everything, and you were able to completely block him out. Now, are you, Blake was kind of wondering, was that lucky? Was that not lucky?
Mhm.
Are you holding your sigils for that specific moment, or would you have just used, it seemed like having the sigil in your
Yeah.
arsenal was pretty clutch there.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that, the game might have gone the other way.
I feel like so with Briar, when I drew that sigil, I had channel and sigil in my hand, so I could decide between 2 and 2 with
Yeah.
Rosetta Thorn with either card. And I looked at the help total and I thought it was a little too high, just because he kept all his cards. It was a little too high for me to kill him with Channel Mount Heroic, because
Right.
Channel Mount Heroic, the turn you play it, it's not as strong because you have to set up, pitch a blue.
Right.
Now you're down 2 cards. You do get +3, but usually the setup turn takes a little bit off of the gas unless you have like Snatch and Snaps. So I didn't feel like putting CMH in my arsenal was the winning hand.
Okay.
And he didn't present any AB, so I knew that this would be blocking 4 no matter what. It'll trade 0 for 5, and now I'm able to just basically kind of whittle him down. And then the moment he Art of Ward, he I believe did he
He
stubbied
stubbied,
as
Art
well?
of, yeah,
so-
and he still had his mask
Yeah.
up too, so he
So-
didn't get to mask, and he didn't get the and he Plunder Run that
Yeah.
turn too.
Yeah,
So,
and then I think that was that hand for me. Like, it wasn't great. It was Anthem of Spring, Autumn's Touch, E-Strike, and a Nimblism. That goes to show how well Briar can block now.
Right.
It came in for 8 on the first hit, and I was able to have the embodiment, so I blocked with Anthem of Spring and Nimblism, triggering second embodiment.
Yep.
Now both block for 4, so I blocked 8 on that. I blocked 4 on the next. So I just knew that I wanted to full block, deny the +2 damage for Lynx,
Yeah.
and just try to minimize it. Because after that, he has no equipment. We just have to play a fair game back and forth, and I win that for sure with arcane damage.
Yeah, no, it was huge because we're kind of doing the math, right? You stopped him from drawing 2 cards
Exactly.
between the Lynx
Yeah.
and that both would have had +2, and then his Salt the Wound
Yeah,
was not very salty.
Yeah.
It was kind of just like
yeah. I knew. I just
A
had to.
wound.
I just had to hope for it. I just had to
Yeah.
hope that it wasn't a lava burst, and luckily it was a salt the wound, so I could block
Yeah.
with Tunic.
yeah. So
Yeah.
no, that was a good game.
Mhm.
So I mean, I think it's so interesting, right? Those are the little decisions in this game that
Yeah.
make all the difference, right? You could have arsenaled the channel
Channel, yeah.
thinking like, oh, this is the stronger overall card, but given the game state, given
Yeah.
the life totals, that one difference
Exactly.
really probably changed the outcome of
Yeah,
the game because
yeah.
I think you lose.
If I Arsenal channel there,
Yeah,
yeah,
Arsenal channel there.
definitely.
So pretty interesting stuff. Well, good job. That's why you're the AG champion.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
why you're back.
Crazy Brew still in
4-0
there,
again.
man. Yeah,
Yeah. So I watched this guy while he was not on stream play a Crazy Brew, roll for the
s-
Crazy Brew,
roll the
and
6.
just casual 6.
yeah. I rolled a 6 with Channel Mount Heroic out. I started off with CNC for 11, 1 action point remaining, and the
Yeah.
rest is history.
Yeah, pretty easy game when you do
Yeah.
that. So that's what you got to do at home. Just play Crazy Brew and roll a 6,
Yeah.
and you'll win your games.
Exactly. They can't tech for you unless they're wearing gambler's gloves.
All right, Anthony. Well, good luck.
Of course.
And we'll see you in the top 8.
All right. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
We are back. Round 5, Living Legends Tournament, AGE.
It wouldn't be the final round of a Living Legends tournament if it wasn't Starvo versus Starvo.
It's what we all wanted to see, right?
Yeah, why we're here. Everybody wanted to see, is he still good enough to beat himself?
We were told we don't talk about Starvo, but in Living Legend format, that's mostly what we talk about.
Yep.
But I don't know. It's been an interesting day. A lot of decks out here performing in ways that I kind of been surprised about a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, our undefeated is Briar. I mean, I know she's Living Legend, but kind of like, not, right?
I mean, it's hard to
current.
It's Briar, but it's also Anthony Pham, who's just an exceptional player. So any deck in his hands could be a living legend.
Well, speaking of Briars and Living Legends, we have the man who Living Legended Briar on stream here, the national champion Charles Dunn.
And Lubers rise up. He is playing Alan Hoang, Alan Lube himself. Look at these smiling Starvos. They're so hairy-chested.
So these guys are both like Guardian specialists, I would say. I know Charles played Briar at Nationals.
Mm-hmm. But he played Briar as if she was a Guardian.
He played as a Guardian. He played Oldham. He popularized stream fatigue Oldham at the calling that he won. He probably played Starvo when Starvo was around. I'm not sure. This man has played. He has swung a lot of hammers in his day.
Yeah. They both have.
Yeah.
This is their comfortable, happy place. They're both at 3-1, so it seems like they both have a good shot of being locked for top 8. But both great players, so exciting to have them on stream. Now, talking about Starvo and Starvo mirrors, I'm lucky enough to be here with Mr. Pollock, who was a excellent Starvo mirror player. Yeah. Always brought a slightly, different deck to it. What was your spice that you brought back in the original Starvo mirror?
Let's see. I mean, the first thing that I ever brought included yellow sink belows.
Yeah.
That was spicy. That was to kind of move through your deck faster, thinking more second cycle than what, later kind of became the norm of let's just draw it natural every time with all these terrible cards in our deck.
Would you used to run shield too, right?
So this is like, the debate of all time. So it'll be interesting to see if in the mirror, if these guys play their stalagmite or if they play their rampart. So
Charles only has a stalagmite.
Oh, so he's clearly
he's
playing
doing that. But Alan does have the choice, yeah.
So there was a whole contingent, probably Charles's contingent at the time, that was like, stalagmite is just better than rampart. And then, look, here we go.
There you go.
We're seeing the difference in philosophy. And Alan has the rampart. So I landed on the mirror. I was a rampart guy.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that you can turn your 2-block plus crown plus shield into a 4-block to clean block the Winter's Wail. You do lose on some of the power plays that you can, just completely brick them with stalagmite.
Here we go. Starvo reveal. 1, 2, 3. It's that easy, everybody.
Yeah, that's what happens when you practice a lot. You learn how to draw your elements just right.
You know exactly which borders you need to throw out to activate Starvo. So this has +2, go again, and dominate.
Yes, sir.
Ugh. Never mind. I'm not.
And you notice Charles has left his Icequake face up. He's telegraphed. He says, I'm actually attacking with my Winter's Wail for 4 with this, with such certainty that I'm not even going to turn it back over.
I mean, he did reveal it, so there. I do know some players with Ravenous Rabble. If they flip the card on top, they leave it face up.
Yeah, but he turned. Oh, I guess he hasn't. I guess
Yeah,
maybe that's right.
yeah,
He hasn't
'cause he-
revealed the fourth
He
card.
pitched
That's
his
right.
flash, yeah.
The fourth
So,
card's unknown.
Yeah, he's a face-up player. He's a national champion. He's got confidence. It's pretty cool that he's now in our local meta.
Interestingly enough, in the one game he lost, I watched it. His Civic Steps downside actually did a thing. His opponent was able to swing the Frosty Hammer and then use the go again off the Quicken to do a Arctic Incarceration red. And Charles had a 3-red hand, and it lost him the game.
What does the Civic Steps do again?
They block for 2 with Temper, but they give your opponent a Quicken token when they block.
Oh.
Which doesn't seem relevant in this matchup. Until it was.
Until it was. That's really funny. Yeah, I love it. Love that $75 Guardian equipment.
Is that really how much?
I mean, I think, you have to buy the box. It
Okay.
comes in around the table. Luckily, it seems like that's the only card that is the chase card. It's not a, what was that other one? Glistening Steel Blade.
Right.
Everyone needs 3 of that one. Anyways. Yeah, so this is going to be what it looks like, I feel like. We're going to see big attacks followed by Winter's Wail, and probably whoever blocks more efficiently and draws better is going to win this game.
Yeah, so they both, it looks like we have their list. It looks like they're both running 3 red staunches as their only D-reacts. So they're running similar. So Alan takes some damage. So he can start.
So he can play Awakening.
So he can be that guy.
Yeah, Awakening says, I don't care about damage because I'm going to fuse this. Or not. You don't even have to fuse it, right? You just get double seismic surges if you fuse it.
Correct. So he did fuse it.
He did? Nice.
So he got, because he needed to fuse it, because he needed to get to 10, and he would have only got to 8.
Gotcha. Okay, so he gets the Pulverize, and that will be free. And it looks like he's going to Starvo reveal as well.
And check this out. He also has a blink in hand. This is so disgusting. He can potentially pulverize into hammer.
Nice. Okay, yeah, he didn't have the Starvo reveal, so he can just play blink. Oh, that's just good value right there, pulverize.
Nothing says a good turn like 22.
22 damage for.
Yeah, so it's 14 plus
cards.
4, and then you get -4 on theirs.
That's crazy. Pretty interesting that Starvo is still good.
And from Charles' side, right, like, you might as well block it all because you can't attack back anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because your hammer's going to be 0. His Awakening obviously doesn't even attack. Now, is Alan going to do it, or is he not? Interesting. He says...
Maybe he's looking for that reveal on his next turn to have even more. He said Pulverize is enough. He got the full hand. He did a lot of... Well, he did a little bit of damage, not too much. Only getting 5 through there. So he took 8 to do 5 and get another turn. So we'll see how this turns out.
Now, I'm surprised... Because I think he arsenaled an Earth card. Maybe now he's going to blink. I'm surprised he didn't crown there to try to activate Starvo.
On Charles's turn, you mean?
Yeah. So he picked up his Tunic, so he can't... The Starvo activation's beginning of turn, not beginning of main phase, so you can't respond to it. It also means you can't, do anything before it.
Yep. I always thought it was funny. The offhands for Starvo are pretty bad, comparative, to other decks that are pretty powerful, just because you have to run so many weird cards. But yeah, it looks like he is crowning.
Yeah, so now he crowned, but
Yeah, I wonder if that.
and
was
he
just a
drew it.
misplay.
He drew the ice card. Like he
Yeah.
literally has it. He it's interesting. I'm an aggressive crowner.
Yes, you are. You. I've seen you play.
Yeah.
They might need to speed things up here a little bit if they.
There's a lot of thinking when all your cards are all 3 for 7. It's like, do I do the break ground, the autumn's touch, or the evergreen?
Yeah, probably more so thinking, oh man, I should have crowned on his turn, and
Yeah.
this would have been a great turn.
He was taking the opportunity to breathe a little bit, keep his mind in the game.
That's true. It's important, you know. It's a long day. This is round 5. A lot of like new decks that people are playing against. It's a unusual thing. I think, you know, I'm not sure if Alan had played Starvo in the past, but coming back to old decks, it's like I feel like the 2 Lexi players here are the only ones who have like any leg up on like, oh yeah, I've been playing this deck, like, you know, for months now.
Yeah, the muscle memories there.
But everyone else is like reading cards and being like, what does your hero do again? Trying to figure out what the you know, advantages are in these different matchups. I do miss the Starvo reveal. Maybe people are just over it where they'd flip their cool over.
Oh, that's the way you have to do it.
Yeah, that's how you do it, you know? That's why you have that card.
That's the whole point of playing them.
Maybe the value of that card will go back up. I think I bought it at the peak.
Oh, yeah, no, don't even talk to me about it.
And there it is. Blink. Get that Winter's Whale. So not too bad. You know, well, we got balloons in here.
It's exciting.
All right.
Yeah, Charles' hand's pretty awkward here.
Takes that frostbite, goes down to 30. So what, you know, when you're playing in the mirror and you're playing as Starvo, is like beyond just hoping to draw good, what are like your real kind of moves that you're trying to make to gain value?
So like if you look at what Charles just did by over pitching with the staunch, I'm going to be doing a lot of that, right? Like if sometimes these games go where, you know, everybody's fusing all the time, it's high roll, and that's just it. But if it's not that, what you really want to be doing is making sure you have a stack that has elements together and that also has like well-spaced defense reacts so that, you know, you can staunch their Starvote attack and pivot back and, you know, do yours. And that's, I think that's a really important kind of piece to all of this.
Interesting. Alan's putting out the 4 block for a non-frostbite hammer.
You know, because your cards are so junky.
Yeah.
And again, going back to the whole stacking, right? I think he blocked with 2 lightning cards and pitched a lightning card.
Okay.
So if he has 3 lightning, right? Like you want to, it's like, well, I don't want to clump these up. And again, what can he even do with it? This is why Starvo is such an interesting deck. Like his good turns are very good, right? You're going to swing for 15 or something with on hits. Your bad turns are this. I have 3 cards in hand, and the best I can do is swing a warm 4.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. So, okay.
Like this, right? So Charles just, like this is one of the patterns where you're just kind of like blocking 4. Now that's where I like the Rampart, because in that spot where Charles just lost 2 cards, he could Crown Shield 1 card, and you can sculpt your pitch stack through that, because it's like, you know what element you just put on the bottom with your arsenal, so you can pitch the card that's going to pair with it.
Yeah, and then it's moving you through that deck, so then you're coming into those, you know, good solid pairings
Yep.
for the Starvo reveal, and also like your good defense reactions,
Yep.
and hopefully some strong attacks that you put down there as well.
Yep.
And there we go, Oak and Old.
Classic. Just it's the honest Oak and Old.
Yeah, 2 cards.
Just 9, no Starvo. Oak and Old as James White created it.
Did he?
I don't know. I'm just like, this is how it was made to be played, not abused by.
I mean, I think it was made to be played only in Old Him,
Well,
but
many people made that claim. Like, why is the card that literally like has Oldham on the
just
art
his face on it
is
like,
not his specialization?
It's so funny. I love the art on this card. It's a great card, but in this deck, it's so insane. It's just, especially when they Starvo, because it comes in for 11, go
Yep.
again,
Yep.
dominate, and
Yeah,
you discard.
lose 2. Yep.
It's just wild. Too many times. I seem to always face the Starvos who were real hot on the casino.
Yeah.
Just every turn. Reveal. Cool. Okay. Block with that crippling crush. Going down to 24. Picks the card to keep. Oh, not discard. They go to the bottom of your deck. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? So it kind of like, it's bad, but it's relevant that it's not discard.
Mm-hmm. And back for another warm. This is
Yeah. But that's kind of how it goes, right? You're when you're on the back foot, you're just going to be blocking, trying to stack your elements as you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it feels like that's where Rampart and Crown of Seeds really come in handy to help you get through the bad parts of your deck and get to the parts of your deck that you set up and controlled. Now I'm looking for some inspiration on whether or not to play this card or block with this card. Very deep in thought about this block right here.
It's like
It's another.
he's frustrated because like it blocks for 3, and I got 5 out here. I'm wasting a block.
Yeah.
Nothing pains a Guardian player more than like wasting 1 something.
Somebody just thumbs down us. Thanks.
Oh no. So he just pitched an Oak and Old with a lightning card. So this is interesting, right? He pitches Oak and Old with a lightning card after blocking with ice, right? So the ice card would obviously make the winner's whale ice frosty. So he knows that he has the other elements already on the bottom of his deck.
Gotcha.
So he's sacrificing the worst card. That's why he was painfully not wanting to do the block he did, because he really would have loved to block with Flash there. But this sets him up for if they go late.
Yeah, that makes sense. Both these players are very good at doing that. I feel like it seems like such a simple thing to be able to do, just keep track of like the last couple cards you've pitched, but I often find myself there's so many things you're trying to think about that it's easy to be like, wait, what did I do? And was that last turn or the turn before?
Right.
But yeah, more of a muscle memory thing.
Yeah.
I think when you're doing it a lot, versus it seems like it definitely pays off more in decks like this where you really are playing towards that, especially in these longer games.
And Alan, I don't know if this was going through his head, but he's ahead on life. Because the one interesting thing, and it's the blessing and curse of awakening, right, is that it shuffles your deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's so strong, but you can ruin all your hard work with it. So since he's kind of playing from ahead, he's more incentivized to, stack his deck. Because you can't Awakening when you're ahead. Or you can, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Charles has it. Does he have an ice card? I think he does. So one of my favorite plays. Now, unfortunately, I don't know what's in his arsenal. I don't know if he has a Guardian card, but like, you can Starvo, swing with some giant attack after they can't block, but before you do damage and even up the life. Now you Awakening. You get another, get all the seismic surges, get your follow up. So you've just like neutered them for this turn, and you've got your next thing set up for free.
Yeah, it's great.
It's fair.
it's
fair
so,
and balanced.
It's so fair. Obviously not. They came out and wrote a big article on how it was basically broke the tenets of the game.
Yeah.
Which was good on them for owning up to that. Obviously, Tales of Aria has been a set that has affected this game for many years now. Pitch Awakening.
Oh, even better. So the fact that he had it in his arsenal means he still has the Starvo Fuse in hand because he got to pitch the other one. So he's got 28 seismic surges. So no matter how many frostbites Alan can figure out how to get him, this is free. Now, so this is going to be 16 dominate.
Go again.
Blow you up. So I have mixed feelings on this. I would get the same card Charles did, almost for sure, or I have. But some of me thinks that Crippling Crush is actually better in this spot, even though it's 3 less damage. Because it's guaranteed it's gonna hit. And Pulverize, they can, God forbid Alan's hand is, Oaken Old and 3 elements. He can still clap back reasonably well, but if you make him discard 2, you get a whole free turn.
Yeah, that's a good point. The losing the cards is pretty intense value, especially with Crippling Crush because they are discarded.
Yep.
If you get pretty lucky, they could be they're it could be the Oaken Old.
Yep.
Like it could be all the cards they want to hold on to. But yeah, Pulverize coming in for. Did you say it's 16?
16 because it's +2.
Ooh, 16.
Sheesh.
Go again, dominate, and just good times over here. And he has enough to probably swing that Autumn's Touch too if he wants to. But I guess he does have the Icy Hammer. Unclear. But it's a Hypothermia, so he could use that to potentially kill. Oof. Or he just stuffs it with the Staunch Response.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, right? That's a good reason to not do what I said, right? He would have been able to fully block a cripple there.
All right. Yeah, pretty lucky. Or was it Staunch from Arsenal?
Staunch was from Arsenal.
Yeah. Good planning.
Yep.
Hal Noob over there.
Staunch and Arsenal's something that you always feel good about. In this now, what neither of these players have, which saddens me, maybe my favorite card in this deck, in this format, the old red Turn Timber.
Oh, yeah.
Because it gets to block 8 generally off of, 2 pitch.
That's
this man
two pitch defense reaction that you've Earth Fuse, right?
Yeah. Now look at this is why you become national champion. You natty draw. Wait, does he? Isn't he? He has Starvo. Did he? Oh, he did reveal.
Oh, he did. Okay, we were.
Yeah, I guess he chose to not do the pulverize for whatever reason. He natty drew pulverize Starvo fuse.
Well, how much does
It costs 10 and he has his tunic up.
Oh, yeah, his tunic up. Oh, yeah.
Or maybe that the Autumn's Touch is yellow. That's what happened.
Gotcha. There we go.
That makes sense.
There, it was Autumn's Touch that they did suspend, right?
Yeah, suspended it.
To try to tame Starvo just a little bit.
It was a good choice, honestly.
Well, yeah, it was. I think of all of them, it was very smart. I mean, obviously, I think Awakening went at the same time, which I think was more just like, yeah, that card's busted. But I think to kind of reel in Starvo's power level,
Yeah.
The Autumn's Touch just being like a block 3 Earth card.
Yeah.
Was just too good.
Too good, and like losing, because Starvo needs the elemental ratios.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little unique in that, it's not just like, oh, well, I can replace it with another 3-block, another thing. Like, you had to really replace it with Earth cards, but there wasn't a lot of Earth cards
to choose
from. Like, if you look at, so I guess Alan's running Evergreen and Autumn's Touch, right? Red. So, like, if you take out 9 Earth cards, now you've got kind of, what are you going to replace them with?
Yeah, I think, and like most of the other Earth cards were block 2s as well.
So. They're all block 2s.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I was just thinking, it's so funny when they first showed Starvo, one, it was like hype just because it was like, oh, it's like an original hero with like talents now, which seemed really cool.
Yeah.
And then everybody was like, well, how are you going to do that? And then I think, Matt W. was like one of the original people who just like showed up and was like, you just build your weird deck this way, and every single turn you're going to do this. And everyone was like, holy crap.
Well, the interesting, it was a pretty fun time for Flesh and Blood, as it was a video that appeared to be leaked. And, maybe somebody in the chat knows if it was intentional or not, but it was like it was never supposed to get out because they wanted to like.
Yeah, I think it was something that got shared one too many times, and
it spread around the Fab community in a couple hours, and it was like, what is going on?
Yeah,
and it kind of changed the game overnight.
Yeah, really, really interesting to see that kind of deck building kind of cracked in such a unique way. And then having such a huge impact, I don't think anybody else is really, I mean, maybe Charles Dunn's Briar deck could have been something like that.
Yeah.
If she wasn't going to immediately be retired, but yeah, it was very funny. It was just like people whispering about, oh, did you see this video, blah, blah, and it's just like, oh no.
Yeah.
You can do this? Oh no.
Yeah, it works. Everybody thought it didn't work at that point.
Yeah, he's mad. They hated him because he told the truth. All right, so Autumn's Touch.
He's got 8 dominate.
8 dominate, as you do. Staunch response, feels good.
It feels medium, I think.
In hand
it
from hand.
feels good because you block it all, and it feels like, did I just waste a staunch on
an Autumn's Touch
on something that doesn't have an on hit? But it looks like Charles actually has another staunch and a pummel.
Yeah,
so
Charles' deck notably running 2 red pummels.
A man after my own heart.
I recently decided that pummel is just fun, and I should try to fit it into more decks if I can.
Yeah.
Oh, but then he's gonna block with it.
So he's all red.
Yeah. Except for that flash that he pitched. Interesting. So evened up on life. Feel like Alan's got slight advantage right now with the back-to-back Starvo reveals. Although he doesn't have anything real crazy in hand to attack with. I guess Autumn.
He's got the blue break ground.
But still, the dominate over time just wins these games. But Charles still has, all of his equipment blocks up. He can still crown. He still has his stalagmite. You know.
Yep. And he's got it in his hand. So now he's got to figure out, do I take this and Starvo back?
Mm-hmm.
Is this where I use my stalagmite? He's got the tunic so that he can eat a frostbite.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah. He's got the staunch in arsenal from last turn.
And now he's going to say, I take 4, get a frostbite.
Oh. What a call. What a call. All right, so here we go.
Reveal. Then he's going to pop his tunic.
Evergreen. For 7, go again, dominate, and then it's like, you know, it's like he's trying to do the same thing right back.
Yep.
So at like what point, I feel like they haven't been doing a lot of crowning. They haven't been doing a lot of equipment blocks. Like in this game, you know, I know generally blocking with your equipment late is good, but like they're keeping it pretty close on life totals.
Yeah.
I want, you know, curious if you think either one of them should have tried to like, you know, sacrifice some of their equipment to try to get ahead here, but
So I think this is an interesting spot because he's got it again.
get the pulse too, so that makes
You know, this is where, you know, Charles with his stalagmite, I think he's right. Like he wants to save it like till he needs it. Like maybe right now he doesn't have his tunic up. He has Starvo activation. Like you might see him block with his boots and his gloves right here.
Mm-hmm.
So that he can cleanly
maintain.
But he also, maybe he doesn't even care about arsenaling any of these cards. So maybe he just takes the frostbite, reveals. Yep. No. So he's gonna.
Yep. Yeah, I guess, I mean, that makes sense. You know, he's kind of brought Alan down to life parity, and with that, he's able to kind of hopefully pull the tempo back to his side a little bit more. Maybe take a little bit more charge. I think Alan's been kind of driving for the better, you know, portion of this game.
Now he's got Eisenloft, but I don't think he has a lightning. Oh, he does.
He does have a lightning, yeah.
So Alan has it, right? Because that's an Earth card attack in the back, I believe.
Mm.
So the two most interesting cards, I think, in the Starvo deck are the Pulse of Eisenloft and the Pulse of Candlehold.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're the two Earth cards that are not attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no worse feeling than having all 3 elements and no attack.
Yeah. All right, so we're just trading staunch responses for Starvo activations, which is funny. I feel like, you know, I know there used to be kind of like the idea of keeping one of the pulses in hand so you can just always fuse easier.
Yeah.
But that seems more likely to happen when you have, like, you know, enough health to really do what you need to do to keep it in hand. But this is interesting to play. You know, play out that lightning surge. It has go again.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe he doesn't even pitch. I guess he probably will. But you know, I could see a play where he doesn't pitch. He kind of just
chills.
Feints the go again into a Winter's Wail, but keeps it in hand so that he has the easy activation with the pulse.
It's interesting, right? Like, depending on how Charles blocks, if Charles doesn't block, maybe you, heck, maybe even want the Pulse in Arsenal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just gonna ask you that. Like, how often, especially with Pulse of Eisenloft, like, how often do you think you playing that versus just having it diffuse? Or
I mean, you're usually fusing with it, but like in a spot where, like this, where things are getting tight and if they put a good fused attack at you, you probably just use it.
Pulse of Eisenloft, the defense reaction that blocks 6 or plus, or
And
7.
it buffs up the other card that you blocked with it. It'll.
Oh, and it buffs the other cards by 1, yeah. If they're ice or if they're elemental action cards. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. They banned that card too, right?
So never in Starvo.
Never in Starvo? They banned it
ultimately
for
got
Oldham.
banned in Oldham.
That's right.
Because Oldham could abuse it with his hero power, right, to get both halves.
Which, like, it made a lot of sense, but
Yeah.
it was just clearly more powerful than any of the other
Yeah.
pulses that they made. So does he give him? He gives him back another quicken token.
Yeah, which I think is cool because, like, if Alan attacks, he just loses it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. Really, I wasn't quite sure if I know Guardians had been waiting for a foot equipment for a long time. I wasn't sure if like Civic Steps actually was going to be like the one, but it's already looking like it's pretty.
I mean,
good.
it's an extra 2 block, right?
Yeah.
Or, I mean,
I think there's only a few heroes that you might be a little afraid of giving them that quicken token, but
yeah.
So Charles still has his stalagmite, though. I feel like he's just waiting for that to be the most impactful when he can.
Yep. Well, it comes in really clutch when you're super low.
Yep.
And you need to save your cards to Starvo.
Oh, could he be threatening a pummel?
How will we ever know?
Pulse of Eisenloft in Alan's hand. Alan's been drawn very well this game. Or, I guess he had those few turns in the middle that were a little awkward, but more often than not, he's been drawing pretty well, I feel like. Alan's just in the tank thinking about these blocks.
He's got a Awakening in there, right? I think the 3rd card. Yep.
I think so, yeah. He's got the Pulse, the Warmongers, I think. Curious why he didn't use his shield there instead. Right, because it was just for 4. The Pulse block
Yeah.
for 3. He could have saved a card.
Yeah.
I feel like shield's kind of I think Alan mostly plays Bravo, and I don't know how much shield he actually uses.
Right.
I feel like it is a pretty like skillful card and like knowing how to make sure you have resources to pitch into it. I mean, but he did have his tunic. He could have tunic.
Yeah, for sure.
And blocked the shield.
Yep, it's good use of the tunic.
Yeah, it's like that and crown is like it's just free health.
Totally.
But swinging just the 4, looks like Charles is taking it.
Yes, Charles has the fuse.
Peter's saying maybe he was playing around the pummel with the overblock. Yeah, okay, I could see that. But if it was a red pummel, I think it still would have mangled him a bit. So, Autumn's Touch. Once more. 9. Go again. Dominate. Was that a staunch response? No, it was Awakening.
Awakening.
And another Warmongers. Is that an Oakenold in his hand? I love trying to lean on the screen to try to see his hands like that's gonna
If you get closer, maybe it'll get.
Yeah, it is an Oakenold, I think. It's so funny that we can tell a card just from the corner of it at a bad angle. All right. Alan does still have his boots blocked, though. That's pretty good. But then Charles has his frosty shield. I don't know. I feel like we're still pretty close in this one.
Yeah.
Alan thinks so, too.
Alan's he's trying to figure out how to maintain his lead here.
Yeah.
And it's hard, right? Because he's got the Awakening, but he's up on 7 life. Like, is he thinking, do I take 10? But even 13. Right, like he's like, can I get low enough to make this Awakening worth it? And then he thinks back to himself, is that a dumb idea? And then he goes back to thinking that's what he's kind of looping around in his head.
Yeah, for sure. You know, because if it plays out poorly, he's going to be in a very awkward situation. You know, so if you're not 100% sure of how this turn's going to play out and how your next turn will go. So blocks the Civic, gives him the Quicken. Can Charles use the Quicken? Probably not.
Is he gonna shield now and go to?
There we go. Okay.
Crown.
Tunic to Crown.
He's got Oaken. It's an Earth card, right?
It looks like an Earth card.
What's the second card from the back? Do we know?
Mm.
Not anymore. Thanks, Alan. We're just trying to lean up and figure it out.
Show us your hat. Does have go again, but I think Charles doesn't have anything to do after this hammer attack that will not give him a frostbite. I mean, yeah, he's definitely in.
I guess he could get a crippling crush if he takes it, and
I feel like was it the Awakening in the back? No, I think it's Warmongers is the other card. I think it was a Warmongers, Awakening, and some Earth card that he just pulled. Oakenold. Was it? Yeah. That's one of those. We'll figure it out. Matthew Vore pushing for unbanning Pulse and Oldhim.
and Winter's Well while they're at it.
You know, Oldhim's today at our Living Legend tournament. Starvo being the immediate choice for Guardians in this format. Because you can just play all Oldhim's cards better.
Yep.
Here we go. The Pulse and the Evergreen. Yeah, so he's got the Oldhim.
He's got a Oakenold.
Yeah, he does have Oakenold. He fuses that.
This is glorious.
Yeah, this is what champions are made of right here.
This is
Fusing.
Charles needs a
Starvo fused Oakenold.
Charles needs a staunch response. Interesting. He has it too. This is what you hate to see.
Mm-hmm.
You've got it, and your opponent's showing you down open ult.
Yep. I mean, he can block Tunic, one on the Crater's Fist. He can crown 2 off his shield. Block 5 and then 3. He can block 8 of this, possibly. Nope, he's only going to block 5.
So he's going to 1?
Oh,
There it is.
there he goes. Buffs his defense. Covers that up pretty cleanly. Although that's 6. Is that a 2 block on the?
So Pulse. No, Pulse doesn't count. So it's a 3 block. It's a Heaven's Claw.
Yeah,
So it's 11 exactly.
nice.
And now he's going to get +1 on his ice card. Or his open ult on the rest of the chain. So
Oh, that continues
Yeah.
throughout. Oh man, Pulse of Iverson Loft is good.
Yeah.
What a card. All right, Alan's got this Frostbite, and wonder if his turn's just
so
dead.
Alan's got to be kind of happy, right? Like Charles is literally blocked with a Earth card, an Ice card, and a Lightning card while pitching an Earth card.
Mm-hmm.
Like a whole Starvo round on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sitting at 3, but it does look like Charles's turn won't have much of an impact.
Including an Oakenhold. Like, look at that. Charles's hands Oakenhold and Pulse.
Yeah, he's like, I was going to do the same thing. Funny how that happens in these decks. So I just realized that they have the same sleeves, too. Look at these guys. Twinsies. All right. Does he swing his hammer? Is it worthwhile? Is it better to keep it for the crown? He's got his Tunic up. What do you think? You swing?
I don't know. I think he's at 3. I think he's arsenaling it. Because like you can't turn off Alan's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if he he's going for it. Like Alan can block. I mean, he has to lose 1 card.
All right, so we crown.
Does he have it?
He drew an ice card. I think he might. He might have it. He's got 1 he can do there. He still has 2 block on his guardian equipment. Have you ever activated the ability on Crater's Fist?
Yes.
But are
It's
you
the best. There has been. I'm trying to remember the situation. It was actually at a Starvo ProQuest.
really?
It was on a. It was on a fused Spinal Crush, which allowed me to get over the top of like a chain who couldn't they didn't I think they didn't have Husk anymore.
Mm.
So by doing that, it allowed it to like make sure they couldn't armor block it, turned off the go again, and won the game.
There we go. Yeah, so Alan blocking with his equipment full out with the crown shield as well. To Starvo activate. Just as you do. This could be tough. I mean, Charles still has one on his shield. He got Tunic to crown. Oh, no, but he doesn't have a...
Because he attacked.
Yep. So he can block 5. He can block 6 if he throws his Tunic out there.
Yeah.
But there is no hit effect. So it's not, like, imperative for him to do that.
He wants to give him the frostbite so that he has to pitch 2 cards to swing again.
Mm-hmm.
Charles only has 4 cards.
Yeah, he's got 3 cards in.
And a shield.
They might be behind the stream.
Oh.
That would make sense. He definitely didn't crown right now. Anyways, coming back in, Icy Hammer. It's always good.
So now the Icy Hammer's pretty good because Alan has no arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
So he can't. So he can do this.
Yeah.
That's what you don't want to see. Charles is like, no. Don't do that. Where's my staunch?
No.
We know he pitched a staunch early. Are we back that far?
I mean, his deck's pretty thin now. It does not look like it's there. And there it goes.
Alan
Starvo activation.
There it was, next hand.
GG.
There was
it the next
yes,
hand?
the next
my
hand. We knew it was close.
Woo!
It would be crazy if it was the top card and that. Yep.
All right. Well, that was a Starvo mirror.
Everybody now we know what 3 months of Flesh and Blood look like. Thousands of those going on around the world.
Oh my god. Yeah. Honestly, in that time, watching you play it was like the only thing I enjoyed in that time because it was at least a different kind of deck, and you catch people off guard, and I'd just be like, "Yeah, take that, other Starvo."
Throwing a little spice in there to keep them on their feet.
Awesome. All right, well, we're gonna bring Alan on to chat with him a little bit. I think Craig will do that as
Awesome.
the resident guardian man.
All right.
We'll be back in a couple seconds.
Awesome. Thanks. We're here with Alan Hoang, a.k.a. Alan Lube, the man himself, the Guardian Slayer. How was that match for you?
I don't know. It's a long one. It was tough. I think in general I just fused more, but also like we just both had pretty middling hands at the start. So at that point I decided to just pitch fuses for second cycle. I hadn't seen my staunches yet, so I figured if I can just play them out, I should be able to last till I get there.
Right. Now, I know Charles was like kind of at the beginning of his second cycle. Were you, I know you had the rampart, so you were probably moving a little faster. Were you at second cycle at the end there, or was that?
I want to say my last hand might have been the start of it.
Okay.
Because the hands after, I know for sure I pitched, but I don't quite remember the first hand I pitched.
Okay.
But it was close. It was close.
So you ran the rampart. He runs the stalagmite. Any thoughts on which shield is better in that matchup?
It's hard to say. I think since the game goes longer, it's natural to go rampart because you just get more value out of it. If you have a tunic you're not going to use, you can just block one for free, basically.
Right.
Every time you crown, you're getting an additional block. But stalagmite, on the other hand, is it's more of like a swing the tempo kind of card.
Right.
It's like whenever you present stalagmite, you're stealing at least one extra card. Mm-hmm. If I want to swing the hammer, then I have to present an additional card, or I just arsenal, and he doesn't have to worry about 4 damage and a frostbite. Yeah. So in that sense, stalagmite does save a lot of health there. Maybe stalagmite's better though with awakening in the meta, just because you're more likely to go down lower if you don't have rampart.
That's a good point,
so
actually.
Awakening.
Yeah. For those 16-point pulverizers.
Charles made 28 surges. We're like, for the stream. Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Mm-hmm. How were you feeling at that point in the game when he did that? Were you still?
I was still pretty comfortable because I had a staunch in arsenal ready.
Yeah.
I had it for a few turns actually, or maybe a couple turns.
Yeah.
And I drew into a second one, and I decided to just pitch it away because I wasn't going to use it.
Right.
And maybe Charles took that as a sign like, oh, he pitched a staunch. He wants to keep tempo, maybe.
Right.
So he went for awakening, or maybe his hand just lined up that he had to go for it because he had the fuse and the awakening. So
right. Like when that happens.
Like you just go for it. Doesn't matter what the context is. But I had the staunch ready, so I leaked one on the pulverize, and then I think when he hammered, I think I just leaked another one, and I'm totally fine with that.
No, that was pretty good.
Yeah, lined up well, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was kind of the key moment of the game for you?
Key moment. I think it was the turn where I was able to tunic crown into a 5-card hand.
Okay. And
I had the Oakenold fuse.
Right. Yeah.
I had mapped out. I was like, okay, if I draw another blue, I can still like present damage by doing like pulse into Oakenold for 11.
Yep.
Arsenal a card. If I draw an earth card, then I can, like a blue earth card, then I can still block with one card in my hand and play out the Oakenold fuse. If I drew a red earth card, then I would need to figure out another way to get rid of the frostbite, which I think I just ended up using armor for. But I don't recall too much. Yeah, the civic steps blocks are probably like the hardest things to figure out.
Yeah, that the quicken actually matters, which is interesting.
A little bit,
it comes into play, which you think it's like a free 2-block, and then all of a sudden they're swinging with their hammer with go again with cards. It's like, oh wait, this is.
Yeah, it's very unnatural because you want to use armor ideally to block an important on hit, right?
Yeah.
But if you're giving them a quicken at the wrong time, then it's even worse than blocking an on hit sometimes. So the alternative is you can just be like, every time they fuse a 3-card hand, they're going to swing hammer. So I'll just, block with my civic steps to just get 2 life.
Yeah.
But then it's like, you're just,
a waste.
it's like a sigil that you're starting with instead of like something that can stop an on hit. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well played, Alan. Good luck in the top 8.
Yeah, we'll see. I just, decided to go casino, roll the slots, and see what happens.
I think it's a good strategy. It worked for a long time. It's going to keep working. All right, we'll be announcing top 8 shortly.
are back with our top 8 announcement. We've had 5 rounds in the Living Legend format. The first tournament in the new format on the planet premiered here at AGE, Collector Legion.
And what a tournament it was.
What a day. Very fun. A lot of, I think we were talking outside, it was like a lot of engagement of people standing around watching games, feeling excited, not knowing what the answer is to everything. So that's been
Yeah, people were watching matchups they hadn't seen before, or so pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
So without further ado, top 8. Boom. Anthony Pham, just undefeated here. I think that people were saying the past 6 months has not dropped a game at this store, which is crazy. On Briar. Briar still good. Let's see. He'll be going up against John Zapata at 8th place on Phi. I believe we did have someone drop just before, so that's... I think Andrew Rudin was going to be in there, but John snuck in, bubbled. His bubble bursted the other way, so that was great. Angel and Charles Dunn will be battling in the Starvo Mirror, which maybe we won't watch that one again because we'll probably have to watch it later. Zachary the Wallach coming in with Dromai. The only ban card in his list is one Belittle, I think. And he's been having a great day going in against Evan Bridges on Lexi. Lexi's still good. All she needed was the bullseye's bracer.
These guys came with the wrong decks. Yeah. They just came with their normal decks.
Yeah, they just showed up for a regular tournament, and guess what? They're still good. And then Hoang, Alan Lubers Rise Up versus Ryan on Phi. So, not too unexpected. I think, honestly, the most unexpected thing of the day was that there were 0 chains present.
Yeah.
I am very, very curious if that, how he would have done.
Yeah, I mean, people are saying that, Warmongers really kind of kills him. Anthony tried to practice him, he said, and he just said he kept losing. So that's why he's on Briar, and clearly it was a good choice. So maybe Chain, I think this is what's interesting about this format and the assumptions versus what plays out, right? I think everybody would have thought, Chain's going to be this juggernaut. And maybe with the new cards and the new things, maybe he's not even that viable.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'll see people figure it out. But
yeah, maybe it's more of just a pivoting, like the old Chain deck isn't going to, work with these new cards in this format. But there's still time. This is the first tournament, so it's still young. People will be figuring it out for the Battle Hardened event at Worlds in November. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops, and then also how much this format's actually played, competitively.
Right.
If it feels like a thing where people are excited and also kind of I could do this every once in a while, but they, nobody wants this to be the actual format. So
right. Definitely.
Definitely been fun watching that. Shout out to our sponsor, Collector Legion, out here in Lawndale. Is that technically where?
Yep, we're in Lawndale, California.
And everyone here, just a great place to be. They always take good care of us. They got everything you need to be a Collector Legion.
Yep. Get your singles, get your cards. We know you can get your dice if you're going to play Viserai.
Yeah, and if you're at a store, if your local store doesn't carry a lot of Flesh and Blood, Collector Legion carries a lot of Flesh and Blood. They always have boxes, which people just buy because they're there. So always a pleasure to be here. Shout out to them. Check out our social media. Follow Arcane Games and Events on YouTube. Please like and subscribe. And then follow us on Twitter to keep updated on new events. We'll post deck lists. And all sorts of other information through Twitter. And, of course, keep an eye out for next season for the second season of the AGE Open and, all the shenanigans related to that.
It's a new leaderboard. Everybody's got 0 points.
Start
chance
fresh.
to come out and make that championship.
That's how we do it, Get that Chipotle championship money. Or no, just Chipotle, not money. No, there's money. There's lots of money. It's
There's
one
lots
case
of money.
every month.
I'll pay for my mortgage.
Hey, that sounds cool. I still just have rent.
or rent. Either way.
Helps pay for something. Could just be more cards.
Yeah.
But
You can buy a Collector Legion.
that's right. You can spend all your money and win here at Collector Legion very easily, and you'll have a great time doing it. Just so you know, the stream will be moving over to top 8 stream, so this one will be closing down. We'll be back in about 45 minutes for the top 8, so please join us for that, and we'll see you all soon.
Awesome.